Good morning and welcome to the third and final day of Group A action here at the MODUS Super Series. By the close of play today, we will have our first player through to Saturday's finals night. And right now, it would take something quite remarkable to stop that player from being Jon Worsley, who on debut here at the MODUS Live Lounge has won all 10 of his games so far. Let's remind ourselves of how things unfolded on day two with Chris Murphy.
Well, David Evans seems to be something of a sitting duck at the foot of the table after failing to win a single match yesterday. Destined for Group C, along with Alec Small, who had endured a winless day on Monday, but also now has 4 points after 2 wins yesterday. Shane McGuirk is 6 clear of the basement boys and has designs on a top 3 finish. But Steve Brown, also on 10 points, currently occupies 3rd place on leg difference. Finishes like this, putting him in the picture to make it to Group B. It's been 2 mixed days for Andy Hamilton. Winning 3 and losing 2 in each of the first 2 sessions, the Hammer occupies 2nd spot. And it looks like a matter of when, not if, for Jon Worsley, who has won all 10 of his matches so far and is a win or 2 away from being the first man through to finals night.
Yeah, that 1-2-1 out, a number of 3-figure out shots from Jon Worsley over the course of the first 2 days. Just sum up how impressive it is what he's done here on debut.
It's been dominant, hasn't it, from Jonathan Worsley? And I was looking through the stats and the numbers and sort of working out daily averages. Yesterday, his average dropped by 6 points compared to day one. It was still the best average of anybody else over the last 2 days. Only Jonathan Worsley's average beats Jonathan Worsley's. The top 2 positions, despite having a big drop-off in terms of the running stats. And for me, says everything. He's top of the 180s, the most finishers. He has been absolutely dominant, and I expect him to get this wrapped up pretty early, and there's no value in it no more. 1 to 100 this morning, and I think that could be done after the first round of fixtures.
And it shows, doesn't it, that he's capable of winning in any way that is required, because on the first day we saw the 107 averages, we saw him kickstart his campaign with that 130 out to complete a 15-dart leg, and then yesterday he really had to grind out some of his victories. Players had opportunities against him, but he still managed to do enough. That's a great sign when you're still able to get over the line when you're not playing your best.
It's a sign of a winner. Winners win, don't they? And when you're winning, this just seems to happen. It doesn't matter how many darts one has against you or what the situation is at the time. You find a way to get yourself out of that. We saw in the last game, he was 3-1 down. He found a way to turn that around and get that 4-3 victory. And he's just been doing that all the way through. And I just expect him to continue. You don't see where it's going to end at the moment for Jon Worsley.
Yeah, let's have a little look at the league standings then, with 15 more games to be played in Group A. And it has to be said that all eyes are really on that battle for Group B right now, aren't they? Because you've got Hamilton, Brown and McGuirk all fighting it out for those 2 spots. Who do you see getting into Group B?
Yeah, if you're looking for movement, that's pretty much where we're going to see it today, positions 2 to 4. And Group B does have big advantages, so these players are certainly going to want to be in those positions. I'm saying that's where you're going to see movement, but I'm going to predict that we don't. I think the players in 2 and 3 are the 2 that will probably stay there come the end of the day.
Very interesting indeed. And Alec Small, a quick word on him, because we saw him reach the final of week 8 in the last series. What do you think he's going to need to improve on the most in order to get back to finals night?
He just needs to see the back of this group. Sometimes you get caught up in these lulls. Now, I've played him on these 3-day Group A's before, where it starts slow, and you just can't recover. You just feel like, what's the point almost? We don't play games as dart players normally after we've lost. As soon as we've lost, we get the ump, we grab our stuff, and we run out the door as quick as we can, and hope no one's seeing us walk out the venue. Where here, you've got to keep coming back, and it's sort of just like putting yourself through that punishment all the time. It's sort of like sometimes you don't want to be there. And I think when we see the back of that, we see Alec Small and David Evans both have an improved Group C.
Right then, let's see how David Evans kicks off his first game here on the final day of action in Group A. He takes on Andy Hamilton, who's won both of their fixtures so far this week by a 4-1 scoreline. Let's get into this one then and hand over to Chris Murphy.
Thank you very much, Abby. Good morning, everybody. And it looks like it will be a good morning for Jon Worsley, who in an hour or so's time could be confirmed as the first player through to finals night in not just this week, but this series, the first week of Series 3. Andy Hamilton, the man nearest to Worsley, but some 8 points behind already. You can double that amount for this man, David Evans, who is sitting at the bottom of the table right now on leg difference and looking to end this run of straight defeats. 5 of them yesterday, 2 against Andy Hamilton in 2 days. Both of them by a 4-1 margin. The Hammer can just keep Jon Worsley honest for a little longer if he manages to repeat those results here.
59.
Seem inevitable that Worsley will be the man who wins Group A this week. We can talk about a few of the things, though, in terms of potential records that he might be chasing. The prospect of being the first player to go through a 3-day group without losing a match, maybe breaking the leg difference record set by Raymond Smith, our Series 2 champion. That stands at plus 33. Worsley's on plus 23. Andy Hamilton, well, not yet safe for Group B, which is preferable, but Matthew Egg has just said to Abby upstairs that he felt that Hamilton and Brown would keep those positions 2 and 3. I'll give him a chance to elaborate on that.
Yeah, I think it's just when we look at what's been happening so far, Andy Hamilton's been ultimately consistent and the second best player according to the stats so far this week, where Steve Brown's getting better. And if that trend continues, you got to fancy that today's going to be a good day where he could even take up to second spot 60. And really put himself in the running for Saturday night, because I do feel the 2 players that come through this Group A that go into Group B, I think both are going to go through that Group B tomorrow and Friday night.
100.
We will tell you a little bit more about the groups as the day goes on. It does seem like it's just a case of dotting the I's and crossing the T's in terms of this group's qualification to finals night.
100.
But every player has their own mini mission, and David Evans will be looking to, as I said, end that slide and get the better of Hamilton for the first time this week. And hitting double 15 would be a good start.
75. And he requires 108.
For an early break of throw. I like this route, but that does seem a little bit blocked.
Doesn't have to stay there, does it? Might as well, though, if you can find it like that.
76. David, you require 15.
Just left Evans with a little more time to ponder as well.
Yeah, that's the thing with those shots. It just gives you that more processing time. If you
the
second dart's not in,
leg. David Evans.
You can start processing for your shot. But the second dart is in for David Evans, and that is a 1-0 lead. And David Evans,
Andy to throw first.
Although bottom of the table on minus 14 legs, it's not like he hasn't had chances and opportunities. He's actually, so far this week, had 76 darts at a double.
134.
Only converted 21 of those chances. That there is the problem for David Evans. It's not getting down to the chances, it's taking those opportunities.
Yeah, he's been in some really good positions.
93.
David Evans had not managed to make them count. We did see him, didn't we, on Monday, lose his first 3 matches, but then win his last 2. So he will be disappointed to have just reverted to type really on Tuesday and not being able to bail himself out.
$59.
He's done something today, though, that I find interesting. It's changed the colour of the flights. It's still the same setup, but just changing the colour just makes it look a little bit different, gives it a different feel, gives it a different vibe. I like that play. Not changing the equipment, just changing how it looks on the eye. However, I'd have probably saved that for tomorrow when we've got a new group starting.
I do think that this time yesterday was the beginning of the downfall for David. He missed the opportunity to beat Alec Small and make it a 3-match winning streak. In fact, lost 4-3, missing match starts. And then since then, 4-2 and then a hat-trick of 4-1 defeats.
Yeah, he had those match darts, then he had the darts to level up, and we're talking
50.
not just one dart here, we're talking like 4, 6 darts at times that he wasn't able to convert, and that translates to that 21 hits out of 76 darts at the double so far for David Evans, but he's certainly got
99.
a steely
And he
focus
required
on the face today.
160.
Don't think David Evans is just turning up today to complete his fixtures. I've heard the banter flying round in the practice room this morning, and he wants to upset a few parties.
44. David, you require 150.
Let's see if you can ruffle some feathers here. Not to be, but Hamilton hasn't left it as handy as he would have hoped. He was on 270
and he required
9 darts ago, Andy
116.
Hamilton. Does have to stay there. And again, manages to use a low dart as a guide and squeeze it in.
80.
Can't locate
David, you
the
require
double.
94.
Well, we were saying nothing because we couldn't
And you
quite tell
require
whether that
36.
dart was in the double or not. Turns out it was, but the last one was in the wrong double.
Game shot.
That's in the right double though for
Andy Hamilton.
Andy Hamilton, who levels it up. We've got to make reference again. If he was doing the same thing at home, you're not alone.
To throw first. Game on.
Chris Murphy was also trying to look round that dart on the TV, turning his head to the side, seeing if he could see round it. That's not how TV works, I'm afraid.
25.
Next time I'm gonna call you bluff. I'm gonna look round and then guess and hope I'm right. You'll be amazed.
Well, that one just didn't penetrate the board, but we can't blame Andy
35.
Hamilton and his big hammer today because he's on the stage. We see this a lot in these early games, don't we? People blowing on their hands a lot.
96.
Not getting the temperature right. I can only assume that the players aren't setting the practice room to the same temperature as the stage, so there seems to be a bit of a contrast between the two.
140.
Yeah, I mean you've been in both. It is a much more confined space with more people in it, isn't it? So it would be difficult to achieve that and then go out there
95.
into what is a big open space. With just your opponent and our referee Owen Binks for company.
$97.
There have been some extreme cases of that kind of thing in some of the big major tournaments. Remember one particular year at Minehead when there were no fans around.
140.
Some players were wearing woolly hats and things to try and keep warm.
Played that year. I had to go into the local town. I bought 3 layers so I could put t-shirts underneath my playing shirt. Every player was having hand warmers in their pockets, and in between shots, hands were going in the pockets.
145.
The toilet had ice.
Brilliant 180 from Andy Hamilton, a well-timed one as well, and nuisance though for David Evans, who was looking like he was in a good spot
49.
in this leg, and suddenly Andy Hamilton has it in his hands. Well, that wasn't where he was aiming, I can assure you of that. The 17,
Hamilton.
yes, not the skinny bit of it, and he almost bust, hence a shake of the head.
And the
Four-legged
puff of the
Andy to
cheeks,
throw
that's one of
first.
those
Game on.
shots that he's like, whoa, happy to get away with that one. Didn't phase him though, that's experience. Went straight for the double 16, he knew that was the target he was going to end up on. Takes it out with the first attempt.
95.
Just to remind you of the situation, if Hamilton wins here, he'll move on to 14 points, which will mean that Jon Worsley wouldn't be mathematically safe with a first victory
60.
today, although it would mean him losing all of his matches, Hamilton winning all his and turning around the leg difference deficit, which currently stands at 13. If Evans wins, then
38.
Worsley would indeed be through if he beats Steve Brown in his first match. You think getting through
96.
so quickly is, in a way, a bit of a hindrance to going on and breaking that record and winning all of your matches? I often hear it from people who have played at Q School. Once they know they're through, it's difficult to then keep the competitive focus to keep winning.
27.
Yes, absolutely. When you know that your job's done, it does become a lot harder. It really does. I've been in that position in this when I've won a Group A before. I've been in that position at Q School, like you say, and once you've
140.
guaranteed your position, it goes from the need to win to the want to win. And we get to see a lot about that person and see the character they've got. It'll be interesting to see what Jon
96.
Worsley's like when he wants to win rather than feels the essential.
I suppose the small difference here is that if you lose your next match at Q School, you're out and you're heading home and calling the Chinese takeaway on the way back. But here, you have to play all your other
60.
matches. So he's going to be here till the end of the day, whatever happens. Might as well try and carry on gathering momentum.
So
58.
just sets that
David, you're
tone and that marker, because all the
145.
players will be watching, they'll know what's going on. They might say they're not, but they do. They know what the situation is. If they see Jonathan Worsley picking up all the
57.
points, this gives that little bit of extra something going into the Saturday night, into the finals, where the £5,000 cheque is on the line.
Here comes Andy Hamilton being a pest again.
140.
David Evans in a decent spot
David,
to
you
break
require
in
88.
on 88, but that ton 40 just gives Hammer hope. He still has hope.
Game shot on the
But no
fourth
longer,
leg.
and Evans has
David
effectively
Evans.
taken control of this contest. It brings an end to a run of 2-4-1
Fifth leg, it's
defeats
David to throw first.
to Andy Hamilton,
Game
and an
on.
end to a run of 3 successive 4-1 defeats in this group for David Evans.
Does it also start the end of this trend that we've spotted of David Evans not
96.
taking opportunities? Because Andy Hamilton set himself up on a nice 2-darter there to go 3-1 up, where if Evans would have missed those 2 darts, would we have then gone, well, that was his opportunity to get back into that match?
Yeah, quite possibly. He's probably
180.
determined to prove folk like me and you wrong and show that he's more than capable of taking his chances. He's not just a sitting duck.
180.
And that is a sign of it, because it's a 180 in answer to the max from Hamilton.
$60.
He does have a steely focus on the face today, doesn't he? He's really determined here. He won't want to finish bottom of the table, I can guarantee you that. No one does.
100.
It's not a disaster, though, is it? It's not the end. We've seen players finish bottom of Group A and then end up winning on finals night before.
Graham Usher in stage 2, bottom of Group A, went on to win the entire week.
Yeah, the very first finals night here springs to mind as well. Kieran Tian,
131. David,
although the
125.
stage was played off the stage in another town, in fact, before the first appearance here. Now Evans with a chance, not going to take it. Hamilton with a similar
65.
chance.
And he require 130.
Almost the reverse shot. He'll start on the 20s, maybe end on the ball.
Ball it is.
Game shot.
I was going to say, if this goes in, we might see the iconic Andy Hamilton roar. And we do. Andy Hamilton takes the 130, matches the best finish of the week.
Andy to throw first.
That was in the very first leg
Game on.
of the week. Jon Worsley taking that, but that was a different route. That was taken out on the double 5. Andy Hamilton seals that one on the bull. And David Evans must be wondering, what does he have to do? Because
130.
when we're saying with Jon Worsley, when he plays well or bad, he wins. It seems to be the situation with David Evans. Whatever he does, someone just does a little bit more.
Yeah, doesn't dart leg that for Andy Hamilton, with Evans sitting on 60. Having had a pop at that 125. And now the hammer looking to hold. To win 4-2 and to put a 4-point buffer between himself, Brown and McGuirk. McGuirk in action next against Alec Small. Will have actually
131.
seen his situation improve should Evans lose this match, because the leg difference will be healthier.
And anyone who's ever picked up a dart and played a match will know that feeling Andy Hamilton's just had.
83.
There is no greater feeling than winning a leg of darts on the bullseye. Have you ever won a leg of darts before, Chris?
Yeah, I have actually, yeah.
85.
Many. Fancy a leg after? See who wins?
Are we having a wager on it?
Certainly not. I'm just trying to work out, based on how good you say you are, I'm just wondering what handicap you'd be offering me. I'd be starting on the bullseye, wouldn't I?
45.
Well, Hamilton will be starting on the bullseye when he comes back here to try and win this match. 135.
65. And he requires 135.
This would be the biggest finish of the week in terms of numbers. Would also keep the league table alive for a little bit longer.
By the way, when you say, have you ever won a leg of darts, I thought you were going to say on the bullseye. I've won a few legs where you've got to go nearest the bullseye because you've spent an hour trying to hit the double. David Evans doesn't have the luxury of time here. Has to hit the double now, you feel.
60.
He hasn't. And now Hamilton has the chance.
And he requires 78.
To bring the hammer down.
.2 points to move him to 14 and within 6 of Jonathan Worsley.
Double 6 to do that.
72.
But he's all at 6s and 7s suddenly, Andy Hamilton. It's he who misses chances. And David Evans, who's been passing up chances for the last couple of days, has passed up another one. Should have been getting 3 darts at double, but the margin of the miss means the visit is over. Is the match over?
And he requires 6.
Left or right? Take your pick, Andy. Can't force it through. He decides to go to the right.
3.
Unable to find
David,
the double 3.
20.
David Evans, a rare return to the board.
Can't come inside. That looks like a decent guide, but he's failed to use it. Well, this is not the way that Andy Hamilton would have expected to win this match, but you have to be able, with all these types of equations, trying to navigate the dart that's just lying a little bit awkward in the single one. Do you think maybe a step to the opposite side might make more sense here?
Yeah, you can see from that angle how much he's got here. He's got 1/5 of the bed at the most to the right-hand side. But that is
Game
all
shot and
Andy
the
Hamilton
match.
needs.
Andy Hamilton
Finds his way past, recomposed himself there after a bad first start of the double. But unfortunately for David Evans, it is more of the same. Some missed opportunities at the back end of the game really cost him in that one. A much more improved performance though from David Evans. It'll be interesting to see how his day goes, while Andy Hamilton's day is going to be all about trying to chase down Jon Worsley, causing one of the biggest upsets in Super Series history. Coming up next, we've got Alec Small taking on Shane McGuirk.
Next up then, Series 2 Week 8 runner-up Alec Small takes on Shane McGuirk. The Irishman has won 3 successive games against Small, having beaten him twice in Group A already and when they met at Q School in January. McGuirk looking to at least secure a Group B spot for himself, having lost ground on Jon Worsley at the top of the table after a 4-2 defeat in his final game yesterday. As for his Welsh opponent, do you feel it's probably a case of gaining confidence and continuing to improve ahead of a Group C campaign? To see who comes out on top in this one then, let's rejoin Matt Edgar and Chris Murphy.
Thank you, Abby. Shane McGuirk looking to leapfrog Steve Brown before Brown takes on the league leader Jon Worsley in match 3.
Okay, first leg, it's Alec to throw first. Game on.
Alec Small looking to close the gap, still harbouring an outside possibility of making it into Group B, but it would be a stretch for Small, who would probably have to win the lot. Defeat, though, for David Evans has kept him off bottom spot for now. But winning against McGuirk would close the gap on him to 4 points. And then with Brown playing Worsley next, who's beaten everyone, might just start to look up rather than down. And we did see an improvement from Alec Small yesterday, certainly in terms of results, but I think in terms of technique and composure as well.
Oh, absolutely.
140.
Looked a lot more like the Alec Small I expected to see when I saw the lineup come out. I thought, this is a guy who potentially could win this group. And it's just not materialised for him.
78.
One thing we did see from Shane McGuirk yesterday, there was a passing up of opportunities. On both days, he's hit 13 of his darts at the double. However, on day 1, he only had 36 darts at it. But on day 2, he managed to have 52. So 16 more darts at the double yesterday for Shane McGuirk, but no extra
59.
hits.
Alec Small 104.
I think that is probably the story as to why he's in this position, battling for a place in Group B, rather than already having it confirmed.
44.
Did win the meeting between them 4-2 yesterday. Shane McGuirk. And when they played
94. Alec requires 6.
the day before, it was 4-3 with a really good performance, actually, an average of just shy of 98 in that one
the first leg.
for the Irishman,
Alec
but it's
Small.
the Welshman who takes the first leg in this one. Nice, neat 60 finish for the
Second leg is Shane to throw first.
super speedy slinger that is Alec Small. Came very, very close, didn't he, to making it through to Champions Week
100.
last time around, losing a final to Adam Warner. Who went on, of course, to secure a
100.
professional tour card. Will be in action for the first time in the PDC this weekend when the Pro Tour season
45.
gets underway. I'm going to take a moment to just quiz you about a few things going on in darts
93.
this week. So I want to ask you for a winner of 3 events, and none of them this one. We'll let Abby do that at the end of the show.
100.
But Premier League, Night 2 in Cardiff, World Seniors Darts Championship, and just give me one name that you think might win a Pro Tour
58.
this weekend.
Seniors World Championships, I'm going Scott Mitchell. At the moment, I can't see past it. I'm looking at the lineup. I've checked out the draw.
134.
I've done a breakdown of the draw. And at the moment, everything just points me towards Scott Mitchell. I think Scott Mitchell
60. Shane, you're
is like Robert
122.
Thornton was last year, where he just looks to be above the level of the field.
Popular answer at the moment. You've got time for at least one other answer because Small is not on a finish.
64.
Premier League, honestly, I don't think you could ever predict a weak winner on the
106.
Premier League and be confident with it. I think you could pick any of them. And Chris Dobie proved that on week 1. And I think with that one, I might
39.
just completely sit on the
Shane, you
fence. Or
require
if you want me to,
16.
I'll go Van Gerwen. I'll go boring and simple.
Well, simple 88 for Shane McGuirk.
No score.
But not made to look so. And
Alec
now the Van
Small,
Gerwen darts
151.
that Alex Small uses looking to take out a supersized finish. And that's not going to happen either.
55. Shane, you requires 16. Game shot on the second leg. Shane McGuirk.
It's all square. Finally getting their arrow, Shane McGuirk.
So look, it's
Yeah, I
Alec
think
to
if
throw
the Premier League-
first.
I agree that they're all capable of winning. I think you can probably say that there are an awful lot of players capable of winning a Pro Tour as well, so that's equally difficult, if not more
135.
so, to pick one over a weekend. I might actually change that question, to be fair, on you and say, give us a new name that will win one this year. So someone
60.
who's never won one before, that you think might get their first taste of tour victory in 2023.
56.
I'll come back to you on that one.
Get involved yourselves as well at MSS Darts on Twitter. Tell us who you think will win
100.
this week at the Super Series. I'm sure a lot of people, having witnessed the first few days of action here, will be saying Jon Worsley.
52.
You can get in touch with me at Chris Murphy 180 or my commentary colleague Matthew Edgar at the Edgar 501 as well. We will have our pages open so we can read out your tweets. Give us your predictions for all those events, the seniors, the Pro Tours, the Premier League in Cardiff.
180.
And any new names that you think will be on the PDC Roll of Honour this year. The Welshman here, Alec Small, hitting a maximum to leave himself 78
And he
in leg
requires
3.
78. 53. Shane, you require 146.
Are we going to put that down under M for madness, Matthew? 14s on 78 and then ending up having a go at the bullseye.
I do not understand the play. it just
I think
burns
required
darts.
25.
It's wasting darts because now he's got to waste one to set up the double again. He ends up with
Game shot in the third leg.
the smallest target
Alec
for one
Small.
of his doubles when he really should be having 4. He's come out of the situation okay.
We'll get Shane to throw first.
But I do have an answer. For someone I think is going to win a Pro Tour title for the first time this year. I've actually have 2. I'm not sure if one of them's already
23.
done it though. You probably know better than me on that one. One of them is Alan Suter. I think the
81.
improvement in his game towards the back end of last year, from September onwards, was very notable. And he had those big wins on the TV to validate those
40.
as well. Martin Schindler won one before?
He hasn't, no, not yet. Still Max Hopp, the only
60.
German title winner. Gabriel Clemens has come close, been in the final on multiple occasions. But yeah, Shindy has picked up development tour titles, but not any senior professional titles yet.
140.
Okay, well there's my answer then. Martin Schindler.
There we go. As I say,
39.
get involved yourself. Do you agree with the Edgar? Feel free to disagree. In fact, I'd encourage it. That's encouraging for McGuirk. 180 to leave 118.
And of the new tour card holders, the player I think will do the best,
100. Can you record
Carl
180?
Sedlacek.
Did well without a tour card last year, didn't he? The Czech player.
40 scored, yeah.
McGuirk not going to get the check out.
58. $61. Shane requires 60.
Doesn't like that lie there. You see him come across on Puffy's cheeks. Tried a bit too hard to go around the dart. And will offer Alec Small
28.
a small opportunity to win this leg.
160.
Hasn't looked convincing yet, Shane McGuirk. Certainly not the finishing. He's missed 6 starts at double, but some of them have been
Shane requires 32.
a fair margin away. Remember those darts at double 8 earlier that were getting further and further to the left. Now he's back on that target. It's slightly obscured, but he does find it this time.
Shane
Finds
McGuirk.
himself level.
Fifth leg is Alec to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I think his sort of doubling ratio went under the radar a little bit yesterday.
180.
13 out of 52. He's below the expected standard, below the expected return.
Yeah, and already
137.
looking like he might post an even lower percentage return today. If your doubling gets worse day by day, then that's not a good sign, is it?
37. $180.
Well, the reverse there, 180 and 137 for Small, 137 and 180 for McGuirk.
58. $98. Alec 126.
I've been treated to quite a lot of 180s this week. Alec Small, I said yesterday, I was surprised with his return rate on them. I expected him to
76.
hit more of those. He hit 2 already in this match. Could be the day that he turns up on there, ticking the 180 box. Bullseye to tick the leg box.
61. I think you require 50.
14 for 36. Can't believe that. Cannot believe it. Does everything he can to leave double 18. Then when he has a simple chance to do it,
require 25.
opts for a different route.
Blocked it again. He did this on the tops, then went wide.
9.
Done it on the 8s. Finds
I
the
think you
floor.
require 32.
Would be real salt in the wound, wouldn't it?
Game shot on the
target.
fifth leg.
But
Alec
McGuirk
Small.
missed twice, hit twice by Small to steal the leg.
I'm with you, though. I just can't believe that he didn't go 14
Six-legged
double
Shane
18.
to throw
He's
first.
thrown every single possibility. At times, that's left us scratching our heads.
He'll go treble 14 to try and leave double 18, but not single. Yeah, I'm
60.
still scratching.
Suppose
100.
sometimes we just do things on feel. And he probably just felt at that moment in time that that was the right play.
Do you do that? Have you got the Matthew Edgar darting textbook route that you will
85.
always go? Or sometimes will you move away from a double if you're struggling on it in a particular match?
Oh, no, I'm persistent. I'll just stick with it and I'll just
57.
keep going. Stubborn.
And keep missing.
$59.
I think there are two kind of scores of thought, aren't there? There are doubles that you always try and lead.
83.
That's kind of a positive way of looking at it. You're comfortable there, that's the one you want to go for. But there's also the other side, the negative side, which is doubles that you're trying to avoid. And then when you can't avoid those doubles,
97.
you can't be very confident about hitting them.
Very true. Players will tell you that they don't have favourites and they're all the same size. And I don't mind what I go for. Players also lie a lot.
180.
True darts from Shane McGuirk, putting pressure on the little fish. A finish we've seen already today, but we're not going to see it again.
58.
Not in this leg.
Shane, you require 20.
It's double 10 to take the match the distance. Double 5. McGuirk's
10.
misses continue.
Alec requires
It's
72.
now 14 squandered at doubles in the game, and Alec Small has a chance to win it.
That chance has just reduced significantly. The big 9 leaves him 63 for the bull.
47. Shane, you require 10. Game
Great
shot on the
adjustment
6th
there
leg.
from Shane McGuirk.
Shane
Had no
McGuirk.
real margin for error, and he does push Small to a deciding leg.
7th and final leg is Alec to throw first. Game on.
It's very unlikely that Small will breach the top 3, but you'd have to say it's all said and done.
125.
If he loses this match against one of the players that he could be chasing in those positions, there would then be an 8-point gap between himself and Shane McGuirk. If he can break here.
90.
Very good
100.
tussle on the scoring stakes on this one. 100 there from Shane McGuirk.
60.
His 9th. 9 apiece on that column. The 180s though. 5 maximums in the match. Level on the 140s, and that's why the scoreboard's level. Because there's not really much to split
59.
them. Nothing to split them in terms of the big power scores. Hardly anything to split them in terms of the averages.
96.
This is just going to come down to one exchange of 3 darts. One big score at the end of this leg. A big finish, 1 dart in hand.
59. I think we're 130.
At 130 again.
58.
But a big score could decide it. This is the moment, Shane McGuirk. Can you take it?
58.
Well, it might come down to the big finish.
72.
Well, you'd imagine 36 to leave 36, and that's exactly what's happened.
54.
But it's not what he's hit. And it's
Shane
that 130 again.
130.
We've seen it twice already. Andy Hamilton, Jon Worsley. I will not be adding Shane McGuirk to that list on this occasion.
83. I think require 18. Game
in.
shot and the match.
Alec Small
Alec Small
gets what could be a big win. When all said and done at the end of the day, he lifts himself onto 6 points. Now 4 adrift of the man he'd just beaten, Shane McGuirk. Not the prettiest of performances by either player, but Alec Small just much more clinical on the doubles. I think Bobby George once said something about that. I'll try and remember it for after the break.
Victories so far this morning for Hamilton and Small. Now the attention turns to the runaway leader, Jon Worsley, who on debut hasn't lost a game at the Super Series yet and is edging closer and closer to mathematically securing his spot in Saturday's finals night. He wasn't at his best yesterday, and certain players will feel they could, maybe should, have got the better of him, but he found a way to grind out victories. Can ADC qualifier Steve Brown be the first player to get the better of the Welshman this week to bolster his chances of a Group B finish and move on to 12 points in the league standings? Let's hand back over to Chris and Matt to find out, shall we?
Mentioned at the very start of the day the numbers behind Jon Worsley. Abby alluding to there the fact that he didn't play as well yesterday, and players would have felt that they could have got the better of Jon Worsley. Well, he actually dropped 6 points off his average. That came down to the fact of the 15 extra misses at the double. But the important thing for Jon Worsley is he hit 20 in the end and got all the victories on the board. That's why he's top of the league. Clear top of the league. And if he wins this, it is pretty much all done. The 1 to 100 favourite to win this group. Someone wasn't really speaking about at the very start
first
of
I get
things.
Steve to throw first. Game on.
Owen Binks getting the match underway. Steve Brown, as Abby introduced as the ADC qualifier. I can assure you no shenanigans have gone on there. The chairman hasn't just put himself through.
57.
Won his place fair and square.
He's getting better. Day one, daily average 83.22. Yesterday, 85.30. That is an improvement of just over 2 points. If he improves again and gets up to that sort of 87 mark, he is getting towards the level that I say you need to win Group A, which is 88.
Well, as it looks like it is just a matter of time until Jon Worsley confirms his place at finals night. We are opening our inboxes here at the Super Series for your involvement. A few questions flying around. Who do you see as winners in 2023?
95.
A few of those crowned this week. Of course, the first weekly winner at the Super Series Stage 3, the World Seniors Champion. But one of the big questions we've been asking is about new winners on the PDC Tour, and Daniel Tybol has been in touch and says he believes Mike De Decker is a strong contender. I actually agree with that. He's really upped his game. We've seen massive improvements in Mike, and he's one of the biggest 180ers in world darts at the moment.
97.
Another question that I'm going to put to you from Peter on Twitter. He's asked what chance Chris Mason to win the World Seniors.
125, Steve. You record 112.
He's got a chance. The way he's been playing, and he's preparing perfectly for this as well. He had some time off, so he can just spend it on the practice board. If you back Chris Mason, you're not out of the running. You're going to have a bit of a fair shout with that one. However, I think he's got a very tricky section of the draw. I think he goes far, though. He'll have a very good run. But I believe he'd run into Scott Mitchell in the semi-finals.
98.
If my predictions are correct.
32.
And I don't see him winning that one.
Game shot in the first leg.
Winning the first leg of this one is Steve Brown. Jon Worsley still with a target on his back, not beaten yet.
Jon to throw first. Game on.
Mind you, never seen a target that cute. Nice womble on the back of his shirt.
98.
There's always nicknames in darts, and you think, I wonder where that came from. And after 2 days, I probably should have asked him the question where the nickname the Womble actually came from.
Yeah, I could get into dodgy territory here, but I'm wondering if he has ever been accused of resembling a Womble. Maybe that's why he's gone that way, but I'm just going to say that's just a potential reason. We haven't got confirmation of that, and I'm not saying it. I kind of did say it, but he can't hear me.
83.
What was the thinking behind prime time?
Because I must see TV.
43.
Must hear TV these days, Matthew Edgar. We'll be hearing a few prime times picks throughout
78.
the week at the Super Series. But Jon Worsley must be up there already.
Yeah, he's caught the attention, hasn't he? Big time.
96.
The real thing, it was just a translation over from other sports that I played as well, because I always used to say that my slot was the primetime slot. So when I started getting some games on TV, I said my spot was the primetime slot there.
I do like a story about a nickname. 72 left. Oh, he went
66.
double 16
Johnny requires
to leave
61.
tops. He then went for double 16 to leave double 12. Ultra aggressive from Steve Brown.
Sign of confidence, that, isn't it?
Game shot on the second
This is a man
leg.
that should be full of
Worsley.
confidence. Jon Worsley just finds ways to win games at the moment.
So look at
If he's going to win
Steve
this
to throw
one,
first.
you feel he's going to need quality. Steve Brown continuing the trend of getting better and better as the week goes on.
100.
I think we'll see him in Saturday night. I think he finds a way through.
I think if he gets through this group into Group B, I agree. I think it'll be a struggle for him to get through Group C.
140.
So that's how important it could be. You know, we talk about the chance that everybody has got another opportunity from this group, but It's a big thing being in Group B where 3 players get through from 5. You're more
100.
likely to get through than not from that group compared to a 33% chance in Group C.
137. 100.
Jon Worsley must be on that stage right now, thinking, this is easy, this. Lost me card, thought I'm not going to bother, I'm going to come attack the Super
140.
Series. He's attacking it. 10 wins from 10, plus 23 legs. 140, 137, 140 in an attempt to break Steve Brown.
127.
Could do it in 11
84.
darts.
That's become difficult now to do it in 12 because he's going to have to find a treble with the second dart. Does that and leaves double 12.
60.
Would have been a fabulous rescue
Stevie
act from
requires
Worsley, but now
74.
Brown can rescue the leg.
$34. Johnny
Good effort there
required
from
24.
Brown. You're feeling the way Jon Worsley's been taking these, especially these higher doubles.
Now he's looking at the lowest double.
21.
And he's too high.
Stevie required
Brown
40.
is off the hook. Looking at tops to hold
Game
his
shot
throw.
in the third leg. Steve
Regain
Brown.
the lead in this match.
Fourth leg, it's John to throw
Good quality
first.
affair.
Game on.
Both players well over the 90 mark. Worsley threatening the 95, which was his running average on day one, 95.28. That was across the entire day. He's come here and he's
60.
put in a lot of personal bests this week.
$135.
The opportunity, though, to lead this match with those missed starts at double in the previous leg. Brown has been quite clinical, to be fair. The dart that he missed at tops was when it was well obscured.
59.
Just had a tweet come in from Lee Rayford. Says he believes that the Womble came as a nickname from his dad.
140.
Not his uncle, Bulgaria.
Didn't you say like the Wombles are like hoarders or something?
I think that's the kind of theme. Like, it's a long time ago since I ever saw an episode. I must admit.
100.
But he hails from Wales rather than Wimbledon.
100.
Also had a tweet from friend of the show, Phil Bars, who says he likes the look of Leonard Gates from the bottom half of the World Seniors draw.
I think our bottom half's
57.
quite,
Stevie
well,
Roberts,
both halves.
126.
The whole event's wide open this year. I think it's going to be a fantastic event starting tomorrow.
One player that is catching the eye for a few people is
78.
Steve Brown's good friend, Mark Dubbridge, of course, who produced some great stuff when he played here at the Super Series last year.
85. Stevie required 48.
Brown here producing great stuff and threatening to be the first to get the W against the Welsh
28.
Womble Worsley.
Johnny required 140. $100. Stevie required 20.
Give him a little bit of a cushion in this one.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Move himself
Steve
just
Brown.
one away from the match. I've actually got a bit of a story regarding
Fifth leg, it's
Mark
Steve to
Dubbridge
throw
that I heard.
first. Game on.
Still likes a battle. Still up for the fight. It was a challenge he laid down to Danny Baggish, actually. So Danny Baggish was in
85.
their bar 501 in Bristol having a throw. And Mark Dubbridge came in full attire. Shoes, trousers, Mark Dudbridge flash shirt on,
94.
and challenged him to a game.
Do you know what happened, what the outcome was?
I think Danny Baggish won, but he liked the fight. He enjoyed the battle, and he
140.
came in and he threatened the prowess of Danny Baggish.
Spoke about preparation. I know Chris Mason played in this, and now he's locked himself away in practice. Mark Dudbridge has
24.
actually gone abroad, hasn't he, to practice? He's been in Benidorm for a week and has been hitting the dartboard over there.
Gone for the Rocky Balboa approach from Rocky 4. Go lock yourself away and think of nothing but, well, in this case it'd be Glenn Durrant, wouldn't it, rather than Ivan Drago.
41. Stevie Rock 142.
Well, it's going to have to be a rocky script now for Jon Worsley to turn this around. From 200 points behind before these.
42.
And Steve Brown is 100 points away from being the first to beat the so far immovable object at the top of the Group A table.
And let's not pretend that we haven't seen this not coming as well, because Abby mentioned it in her opening. We mentioned it in ours as well, that he's looked a bit vulnerable at times, and Steve Brown has been getting better, and he gets the better of Jon Worsley. For the first time this week, he tastes defeat. Steve Brown strengthens his opportunity to get through to play in Group B, which, if you ask Chris Murphy, that's where he needs to be if he wants to get through to Saturday night. Very good performance from Steve Brown. Coming up next, we've got the other player in the running for that position in Group B. He's currently second in the table, Andy Hamilton. He takes on Alec Small.
So Steve Brown has just become the first player to inflict defeat on Jon Worsley in Group A, meaning Andy Hamilton up next has the chance to close the gap on the Welshman to 4 points with a win over Alec Small in this one. Both players winners in their opening games today. Small coming through in a last leg decider to get the better of Shane McGuirk for the first time this week in what was a rather scrappy encounter. You'd expect him to up his level somewhat in this one as he goes in search of his second successive win over the 20 2012 World Championship runner-up, having come through in a last leg decider yesterday. His finishing very impressive in that one. Let's tuck into game 4 of the day then. Chris and Matt, back to you.
This is far from over if you ask Andy Hamilton. He's got his win. Jon Worsley wasn't able to get his, so we move into round 2 of fixtures. This is all he can do, really. Just take every opportunity and just tick them off and hope at the end of it, it can cause that mighty upset. Andy Hamilton, according to the bookies, 33-1 before the start of play today to win this group. That was because Jonathan Worsley pretty much just needed to win 1 game. He hasn't done that yet. So eyes go back to Andy Hamilton. Andy Hamilton taking on Alec Small. Alec Small,
first leg is Andy to throw first. Game on.
Man that won his opening game against Shane McGuirk, but you described it as not the prettiest of fashions.
Yeah, both players averaging sub 80 in that one, and there were a fair few missed darts at double, though most of them from McGuirk, who you
60.
Kind of noticed the trend of his doubling getting worse as the week has gone on. Small was more clinical in that department. It was indeed doubles for Doe for him, up against another player who won. I was going to ask you, actually, do you guys put any stock when you're playing these groups in actually winning the league that day? So it's seemingly certain that Jon Worsley will win the group overall, but now that he's lost the game today, opens up the opportunity for somebody to have a better record than him, at least on one of the days. And does it just give you that confirmation that out of those 6 players, you can be the best?
57.
I don't think many players worry about too much like that. I think it's just results, because
100.
at the end of the day, the only thing that really matters is making sure that you have the pounds going in your bank account at the end of the week. And essentially, you don't really mind how that happens. You do get some players that are a bit more perfectionist, and we've seen people walk off the stage after winning looking like they've just been eliminated from the whole tournament because they're disappointed because the performance wasn't that of a 100+ average game.
139.
The general vibe is, and I think it's probably players who are 30 years old plus, as long as they win, they don't care. I think that comes more down to the younger generation because they've been brought up in this era of stats and number crunching, and they want us to sit here going, oh, he's broke this record, or he's hit 100 average every single game. He's done 3 9-darters. They get so headlined.
57.
Yeah, win is a win is a win.
126.
Andy Hamilton looking to win this leg with a 126 checkout. 419s would get him a dart at the bullseye. And here comes that dart.
93.
There
and
goes
110.
that dart. And there goes that chance. Small has his. We know why he's done that, to leave that.
And he required 33.
But yet wouldn't go 14, double 18. Baffling. We know this one. This is a much simpler one. 1 for double 16. For 1-0.
Shot in the first leg. Andy Hamilton.
And it just makes you wonder. Jon Worsley, who's not been in this environment before, how much...
Second leg is Alec to throw first.
Does he realise how firm his position looks? Or does he now start to get a little bit concerned as Andy Hamilton
95.
just approaching him on the horizon? That's where it is. Andy Hamilton's on the horizon. He's not breathing down his neck. He's not close to him. He's just there.
Sometimes it can be misleading, can't it? When you look at how close a player is to another player in the league table. Hamilton, who opens leg 2 with a maximum, would move within 4 points of Worsley. Now, that doesn't seem like an awful lot, but Worsley wins one more. He's on 22 points. That is usually more than enough, and it's an almost unassailable position.
It doesn't seem like a lot until you mention how many games are left. Andy Hamilton chasing down the 9.
140.
Do you know, it looked like we might be on there. And I think Hamilton felt that was a good opportunity. He had something similar yesterday, didn't he? 5 perfect darts, but the 2 in the treble 20 the second visit were really low in the bed and it was difficult to get one. He had an ocean of room there to the right. And he's at it again.
Now, when we mention the table and you say, well, it doesn't seem like a lot when he's 4 points clear. But actually, when you reword that and you go, Andy Hamilton will be 4 points behind Jonathan Worsley with 6 to play
and he
for,
required
while
41.
Jonathan Worsley's got 8 to play for, all of a sudden you start to realise just how big that gap is.
Double 16. The target hit to win leg 1.
9.
But not to win leg 2 yet. Yeah, you'd rather your football team was 4 points clear with a couple of games left than say 8 points clear with 15 games left.
And he required 32.
Just enjoyable being top of the league, as my team are right now.
Andy Hamilton.
And as Jon Worsley is here, but Andy Hamilton.
Still gets Andy to throw first. Game on.
The closest contender, but not a close contender, I think's a fair way of putting it. Just hark back to the pre-tournament odds, of course. Hamilton was the favourite to win this group.
34.
And Jon Worsley has done that Womble thing, hasn't he, of just sneaking up. They haven't
140.
been massively wrong about how Hamilton would perform, but nobody really expected Worsley to do what he's done.
No, Hamilton's performed well. 86.28, 87.95 are his daily averages. That's just slightly under where I say you need to be winning a Group A, which is what he's just slightly underneath him in the table. But he's finding some 180s today.
60.
And Andy Hamilton still available at odds of 6 to 1 to win the week. Jonathan Worsley right the way in now to 7 to 2, and I think that's partly due to the fact that they probably feel he's already there where Hamilton's still got to go and qualify.
77.
11 to 1. I like the look of him. I'm looking forward to seeing him in Group C. The rest of players, you can really get some value if you've got an
60.
opinion on who's going to win this
And
week.
you require 110.
Aaron Beanie at 9s, Josh Richardson at 12s, Shane McGuirk, who's playing in this group, at 10s, Steve Brown, who's improving, 16s.
And some of the performances we've seen, you're going to have to put Andy Hamilton in that conversation. He's playing at the peak of his powers in this match. Small has only had 1 dart at a double in the game. That was a double 18 at the end of the 110 combo.
36.
Hamilton now wants that target for a 13 dart leg.
Game shown the third leg. Andy Hamilton.
Be happy enough with a 15. Alec Small.
Full flag gets Alec to throw first.
Playing pretty much where he was in his opening game. Opening game 79.73. This one 79.67.
28.
So it's consistent, but you'd say it's consistently not good enough at this point.
And that is pinpoint perfect for Andy Hamilton. There is no question about this being a 180. Of course it will be.
180.
What's the score
59.
then, Mystic Murph?
It's all on the first dart. You learn that trick. 96.
$134.
He's too good.
90.
He's very good though in this game. 100.94, 3 180s. Solid, dominant performance here from Andy Hamilton. And I'm going to make a prediction as well. I think Hamilton wins this 4-0.
99.
What a bold call that is. Well, 88 to finish it in style with an 11 darter.
96. And he required 88.
It's been hot, Hamilton. He's going for treble 16 there. 21 chipped off, leaves 67. Can go for the bull if he fancies it.
56.
Didn't even enter his mind.
That's professional darts there from a man who's been a professional for
140.
20, 30 years probably,
Andy
Andy
McGuirk,
Hamilton.
32.
Full focus on his favourite double.
Game
And
shot
Andy
and the
Hamilton
match.
gives Alec
Andy
Small a
Hamilton.
hammering. 4-0 whitewash win for the former world finalist. 96.97 the average in the end. 3 maximums in there. Lose 5 perfect darts at one point there, Andy Hamilton, in pursuit of perfection. But it will feel like an almost perfect performance for him, who just keeps himself in touch of Jon Worsley, who lost his first match. Hamilton 4 points off the pace at the top of the table. Coming next, Worsley returns to face David Evans.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
And you can come and join us on Saturday. Finals night gets underway from 10 p.m. and you can book your complimentary tickets by visiting dartshop.tv. It's still looking like Jon Worsley will be there. He was defeated for the first time in Group A in his last match, but it'll be very interesting to see how he responds to that defeat as he looks to edge closer to mathematically securing his spot in finals night. He takes on David Evans, who's lost 4-1 to Womble in their 2 meetings so far this week. Stretch looking for his first win in 7. He had opportunities against a below-par Worsley yesterday, unable to take them, but can he condemn the Welshman to another defeat in this one? Let's find out with Chris Murphy and Matt Edgar.
Thank you, Abby. Yes, Womble looking to stretch his lead, having seen it cut after defeat to Steve Brown earlier on. And up against Stretch Evans as he bids to do that. Andy Hamilton has closed the gap to 4 points on the 38-year-old former Challenge Tour winner, who faces David Evans, who has lost his last 6 at the Super Series and is looking to stop the rot. Question for you, Mr. Edgar, is now a good time to play the Womble?
Yes, because if we look at his performance, it has been slowly tailing off. It's not been as dominant, and now he's had a loss.
Okay, first leg, it's Jon to throw first. Game on.
We're going to see how he reacts to a setback, and that is his first setback in days. He's had 2 perfect days, going 5 from 5 on Monday, 5 from 5 on Tuesday.
81.
Now he's 1 from 1 in the negative coming into Wednesday. He's only got a very small job left to do. He has a 4-point lead on Andy Hamilton. If he wins this game, it will be a 6-point lead, and Andy Hamilton can only gain 6 more points. So, in order for that to turn around, Worsley would have to lose all his matches, and Hamilton would have to win all his matches.
121.
And they do play each other next.
Yeah, that will be interesting. Certainly if Evans is to spring a surprise
93.
here, it would also point towards a possibility of the most almighty collapse that we've ever seen in the Super Series. Were Worsley not to qualify from this group, that would be something, having won all of his matches on
57.
both the first 2 days.
I called it this morning the biggest upset in Super Series history, if we are to see it. I have never
60.
seen anything, especially in the sport of darts, that is 1 to 100 get turned over.
$140.
The prospect becomes possible if Evans can turn Worsley over here, but there has been little sign of David doing that
59.
since he lost his first match of yesterday to Alec Small. Hasn't had match darts since then. 2-4-2 defeats and 3-4-1 defeats since that last leg decider loss to Small.
62. $180.
Just
Jon
taps
require 40.
Worsley on the shoulder and says, "Don't forget about me yet, pal."
Game
Well, you
shot
can forget about him for this leg.
Jon
That one's
Worsley.
gone the way of Jon Worsley, and I just want to jump back to that actually. What we was talking about there, when I said that could be the biggest upset in
Second leg, it's David to throw first.
Super Series
Game on.
history. Would that be the biggest upset in darts? I'm trying to think of some big bucky bashing sort of incidences, and what comes to mind is things like Spain beating England in the World Cup.
100.
Yeah, one that does actually really come to mind because of a bet that somebody placed was when Michael Smith beat Phil Taylor in the World Championship 2014 edition.
36.
And having seen what Michael Smith has achieved since, it doesn't seem like such a big surprise now. But at the time, I think Taylor was something like 1 to 50 to win that match. And somebody had a very sizable bet on that and got the fingers burnt.
James Richardson to beat Barneveld, would that have been a big one?
Huge, yeah. Richardson was hardly a household name in his own household at the time.
100.
Tony Alcinas against Peter Wright.
Yeah, for that one, I would say less so. Peter Wright, a big name, but Alcinas had achieved a little bit more in the game than Richardson had then. But again, I think
97.
when you learn more about the players afterwards and reminisce, it doesn't seem like as big a shock. But at the time, they would have been massive, wouldn't they? Matthew Ed getting a 170 to beat Gary Anderson.
100. David,
must have been 500 to 1.
170.
For the match as well, wasn't it? That 170 finish.
Well, this one's just for the leg, but didn't need to go for it.
If you can think of any massive upsets in darts where the odds have been completely turned over, please do get in touch.
Players to win tournaments, they've been enormous odds, haven't there? People rocking up from nowhere. I mean, Phil Taylor would have been an outsider when he won his
57.
first.
David, you record 130.
Keith Della, 40 years ago.
You don't have to look that far back. You can go Ross Smith European Championship.
That's true. How much of a shock would it be if David Evans won this match?
95.
He might be about to square it up when he returns. I've got a few questions put out to you guys to get in touch with us today on
92.
social media at MSS Darts on
David,
Twitter. I'm Chris
80.
Murphy 180. Matthew is at the egg of 501. As Evans looks to complete this leg of 501 in 18 darts.
Game
Takes
on
out
the second
18
leg.
to do so.
David Evans.
And it's all square. Paul Croucher has been in touch back on the seniors chat again, and he's just
John to throw
making the
first.
case for Richie
Game on.
Howson. He says if he makes it through against David Cameron, and that's a big if, by the way, what a stinker of a draw for the pair of them. Feels he's got a very good chance of him overcoming Bob Anderson or Andy Jenkins. And the owl is flying
58.
at the moment. Paul, I do the puns around here, mate. But he did, as Paul says, clear up at the recent qualifying events, didn't he? Richie Howson has now qualified for the
100.
World Seniors Championship about 4 times.
I wonder if he expects that he's going to get 4 opportunities. Like if he loses David Cameron, okay, I've got another opportunity. Who do I play next?
Which part of the draw are you in? You're in all 4 quarters, Richie.
140.
Yeah, just to put some context behind that, because the qualifiers are also ranking events, it means that players who have already qualified can still play in those, and it counts towards the rankings.
93.
By the way, if you're over 50, do head to worldseniors.darts.com and get yourself on the tour. If you think you can mix it with the big boys, you could be on the big stage.
59.
Also had Colin Harris get in
52.
touch, a great statistician on social media. And he's posted some stats about Mike D. Decker, which I've just retweeted for people to have a look at, based on that call that he
100.
could be a new winner in 2023.
Yeah, he did look good towards the back end of last year. A few players really started to shine.
100. On the record, 144.
Worsley has shone on Monday and Tuesday, but his performances are not yet polished on Wednesday.
92. David, you record 156.
Makes you think of 2 possibilities. Possibility A, he already thinks he's done the job.
44.
Possibility
On
B,
the record, 52.
the job's become so small and he just needs that little bit more that it actually becomes harder to get.
Double 10 to make it a little easier again.
32.
But now he has to hope that Evans
David, you've
does
got
not clean up
112.
his 112. One thing that Evans hasn't been doing is taking these kind of opportunities. Do you know what? I think he should have moved there. Looked like he completely blocked that bed. Look, he got a plan. He was trying to leave tops. But when you've blocked a bed, why not just go for an open treble to leave a double? It doesn't matter which one in that spot.
Trying to work out the numbers, which is a little peculiar for someone who's got a route. He obviously hasn't missed this route
51.
very often.
Johnny required 20.
Too true.
No score.
I think he's still got the numbers wrong.
David,
as
you
well.
required 61.
I know he didn't. 76 he had left, didn't he? But yeah, he could have gone for that treble 20 with the second dart then.
Game shot
was
on the
a-
third leg.
A
David
bad
Evans.
miss, but a good miss at the same time, because it left him on a different double. A little word from Womble there. He dropped a flight between
Fourth leg, it's David to throw first.
Owen Binks's feet.
Game on.
Now that could actually be anywhere on the stage. He's got sizable shoes, hasn't he, our referee?
122.
Yeah, that last one, you could almost say it was a good switch from David Evans using the big four. But we
100.
said he's not been taking his opportunities. He now is, and someone who will be really interested in that is Andy Hamilton. We wrote this off. However, David Evans
180.
is making this group extremely interesting all of a sudden.
Well, it looked like at the start of the day, the only possible way for Worsley not to win the group was him to lose
81.
all of his matches and Andy Hamilton to win all of his. Now, at the moment, that's happening. And as you mentioned, they play next. They play in game 7. So McGuirk, Brown after this, and then Hamilton and
59.
Worsley will do battle. And it could be 3 wins for the Hammer, 3 defeats from Worsley. And suddenly, Hamilton's 2 points behind.
And the leg difference would have been eradicated. There will be no leg difference.
60.
If Worsley is to
David, you've
lose
got
this and then lose to
140.
the Hammer will be above him on legs.
He goes for treble 18 a lot for somebody who gets nowhere near it, doesn't he,
28.
David Evans? I say in jest, David, if you're watching back later. Will he go for it again? 112, which is
100. David, you've got
the
112.
route he employed last time. He's obviously heard me and thought I'll prove that fool wrong.
72. John, you've got 160.
This has been the week of missed opportunity for David Evans.
140.
He's played well enough that
David,
he'll
you've got
keep carving
140.
out further opportunities.
Double 10. And still,
20.
well, he didn't get close.
John, you've got 20.
And Worsley wants the same target to effectively take control of this match. He would be level, but he'd have the throw in 2 of the last 3 legs.
Game show on the
And that's
fourth
where
leg.
we are.
Jon Worsley.
That is what we call a red pen moment. Because everything that's wrote in red pen is
It's
important.
John to throw first.
And that was a very important exchange. David Evans, 4 darts missed to go 3-1 up.
140.
Worsley picks his pocket. The story of David Evans' week so far.
92.
Yeah, it has been the David Evans weakness.
Oh, speaking of stories, I've got to the bottom of the Aaron Beanie David Evans t-shirt story.
Oh, here we go.
So I
81.
said to David Evans, why is Aaron Beanie tweeting you saying he's going to leave his shirt on? And what happened was Aaron Beanie accidentally sent a picture to David Evans of himself without a shirt on.
140.
Then followed it up with, don't worry about that, that wasn't meant for you. And then followed it up with, but what do you think anyway?
Interesting. Again, I'm not sure how much more about this
40.
story I want to know. Off air, you can tell me who the intended recipient was. What was the purpose?
You know, it does make me wonder what David he was trying to send it to.
53.
Door open here for Worsley.
Oh,
95.
Promisingly, but only 145. Big visit here from Evans could really turn up the heat. 35 off that.
55. John, number
That was enough
145.
to leave a finish, but it is an enormous one.
This is one of the moments where I'd
Maybe
love to stop the game
161.
and send you on stage with a microphone to ask David Evans a couple of questions right now. Does he think, oh, I've done it again, I've missed another opportunity here, I should be 3-1 up?
41. John Worsley, 59.
There are good signs there, though, for David Evans when you think about a campaign in Group C, that he keeps carving out these opportunities.
Game shot on the 5th leg, Jon Worsley.
But the short term is not good, because the short term is his opponents are taking those opportunities.
6th leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Towards the end of groups, we often get situations where you get two players on the stage, but one of them is effectively into bat for another one. And you do get that feeling quite early today. It's only game 5, but David Evans is kind of playing for Andy Hamilton here. It's pretty much certain that Evans is going to be in Group C.
55.
So all he can really affect here is whether or not Andy Hamilton remains in with a realistic chance of overhauling Worsley at the top of the table.
So he's playing for Andy Hamilton. He's also playing for every single one of the neutrals at home who just like to see players sweat. They just like to see people feel the pressure, and they want to see what Jon Worsley is made of as this group unravels.
You said people who like to see players sweat. I thought you were going back to that story about the Arambini pick again.
82. $100.
There will be many Arambini stories shared over the next couple of days when he joins us for Thursday and Friday as part of Group B. He has sent me a list of ones that I'm not allowed to share and ones that I am. I may just share them all anyway. Group B coming 10 o'clock tomorrow evening.
David require 94.
Thursday and Friday.
6 legs may be shared here. Evans 76 away from making it 3-3. Now just 16 away from doing that.
78.
Doesn't take that chance, but we'll be back with 3 clear darts.
In all likelihood, this appears to be going all the way.
100. David requires 16.
Which the one ball will be throwing first.
Game shot in the 6th
No
leg.
drama that time
David
from
Evans.
David Evans. And we do go all the way to a decider. A decider where
it's Jon to throw first.
you do like a little bit of pressure. Jon Worsley will be feeling that right now. This is pretty much the bookie's place through to Saturday.
Andy Hamilton has
100.
his eyes firmly fixed on the screen in the practice room. He wants Evans to win this and give him a chance going into a showdown with Worsley. That's not what the Hammer wanted to see.
I was just about to say one treble here for Jon Worsley he'll be very happy with. And when you get that first one and it really settles down your throw and you feel like these 2 darts are just bonus, they're just 3 darts.
He'll end up being disappointed after securing that 1 treble not to have scored 3 figures.
123.
David Evans will be very pleased to have put himself back in the picture in this leg.
Oh, especially considering after his first 4 darts, he'd scored 33. To find 2 trebles at that point.
60.
Very good darts from him, and just taps Worsley on the shoulder, who, after those first 4 darts, must have thought, I'm going to get to coast to the finishing line.
95.
Need to get that practice room camera sorted, don't we? Andy Hamilton. I'd like to see what he's doing behind the stage right now.
60.
Yeah, it reminds me of the World Cup of Darts when they stick the camera on the teammates backstage. It's one of the big appeals of that event for me.
99.
Well, Evans is first to a finish. It's perfectly poised, this. Did not expect this to be such a significant match when the day started. But it's become that. No treble spells trouble.
60. David, you're 154.
Could be big trouble.
Just needs to find one treble. He finds it.
96. Jon Worsley 140.
If Worsley can't have a perfect visit here, he can. Oh, he went for tops. David Evans, though,
100.
opportunity
58.
again.
Big moment. Double 10.
No score.
And not for the first time on that target. He's pulled it low, ended up busting his score. And Andy Hamilton will be furious backstage. Well, I heard a collective ooh from the practice room, which is adjacent to our commentary room.
33.
And now, Hammer hopes again. But his hopes
58.
are on David Evans, who's coming back for 2 darts at double rather than 3.
He just keeps missing the opportunities. This one hasn't been missed yet. It is still there. But it will be just 1 dart at the double rather than the 2. Is that tops? That's all David Evans needs. One more opportunity, and this time David Evans gets over the line and picks up a victory after 5 defeats. Yesterday, David Evans has got on the board, and Jon Worsley, who was perfect for the first couple of days, is now perfect in the loss column. Yet to pick up a win today, and that will be music to the ears of Andy Hamilton, and that is their next clash, a top-of-the-table clash that could say the odds completely flipped around. Before we get to that game, though, we've got Shane McGuirk taking on Steve Brown.
So Shane McGuirk returns to action next, and he'll be looking for a more clinical display, having missed 15 at the outer ring in his 4-3 defeat to Alec Small earlier this morning. He takes on Steve Brown, who of course became the first player to condemn Worsley to defeat this week in his last game, and will surely take plenty of confidence from that. His best display of the week, averaging 94 and taking out 50% of his darts at double. Their head-to-head for the week is 1 apiece. Who'll take the points in their third meeting? Here's Matt and Chris to guide you through the action.
We're getting carried away with the top of the table clash at the moment. Jon Worsley and Andy Hamilton that's coming next that could really start to shape this group. But when we're talking about group shaping matches, this one has equal significance. Steve Brown taking on Shane McGuirk, third versus fourth, 2 points separating them in the tables. And
Okay,
they are
first
in
leg,
that
it's Shane
position
to throw first. Game on.
where they are fighting for a place in Group B. Chris Murphy said earlier he feels that Steve Brown needs to be in Group B to get through to Saturday. I think Steve Brown gets through to Saturday as well,
45.
especially if he goes into that Group B. But to get there, he needs some more points, and no better time to take them than the guy who's one place behind
60.
you. And a win for Steve Brown will see him extend to a 4-point cushion with just 6 points left to play for.
Yeah, a couple of huge head-to-heads coming up now
67.
as the top four duke it out to try and either reshuffle the pack or maintain the order.
95.
This one first, as the situation has just been expertly described by Matthew Edgar, and then Andy Hamilton faces Jon Worsley. A win for the Womble
41.
would see him go 6 points clear with 6 to play for. Sorry, with 4 to play for.
78.
My mistake. And then that would be that.
83.
However, if Hamilton wins, it's 2 points. And that prospect of one of the greatest shocks
101.
at the start of a day of darts, and I think we're all in agreement, the biggest shock in Super Series history, would very much be on.
47. Stevie, 167.
You just get this image of someone who at the start of the day just top £100 or to win £1, and he's now starting to get very nervous about the situation.
180. Stevie, record 36.
And has that 180 made Brown nervous about this 36?
Game shot in the
There's
first.
your
leg.
answer.
Steve Brown.
Now, in that situation, whenever I'm doing any sort of
So gonna
mentoring
get
or
Steve to throw
coaching
first.
with
Game on.
players, and we start talking about preparation and psychology, that question you pose there, has that 180 added any pressure?
140.
I would always say no, or it shouldn't have, because the situation before Steve Brown went to the hockey was he had 3 darts at a double, and after Shane McGuirk hit the 180, the situation was Steve Brown's got 3 darts at the double. So the situation never really changed for Steve Brown. He is in his world and his preparation and his bubble of that match. He had 3 darts at the double regardless of what Shane McGuirk did.
Yeah, and you can say, and we often do say, well, he doesn't have to hit it in this visit, but no players walk into the hockey thinking, I'll just miss it for now. I'll save it for the next go. He has looked good though, Steve Brown. He's, to me, improved
180.
as the week has gone on, and he's got that swagger back again. You mentioned that word, I think, on Monday. Just strutting his stuff a little bit here, Steve Brown.
42.
Well, he's improved on the eye.
23.
He's improved on the stats. He's making his move. He doesn't want no more early mornings.
59.
This is a man who probably has an awful lot of early mornings having to deal with everybody else's darts.
Yeah, the only problem with him moving into Group B is that he probably will still do a day's work and then come and play
96.
the darts, where now he's got his phone locked
64.
away and doesn't have to answer emails and the like. Answering all the questions on the dartboard and asking questions of Shane McGuirk,
Steve
who
Brown.
thus far has no answers. And to me, he's looked like a different player today, McGuirk, so far. It's only the second time we've seen him, but just looks lacking in something that he's had for the last couple of days.
41.
To me, he looks tired. Around the eyes. I don't know whether, you know, one of the things that dart players are very guilty of is booking the cheapest hotels going. Maybe he's just not got a nice bed, or he's in an area where he's been woke up a lot through the night.
I do believe he went and played in a darts tournament last night. I know that some of the players do that on a Tuesday night. One of our exec producers here runs a tournament. Been going a long time in the Southampton area, and I believe McGuirk was the only one of the field to go and play in that last night. Might have not done him any favours.
That would explain it. Getting in late and not the ideal thing when you're going to be playing potentially 6 days of darts as it is.
Good standard as well in that event. Been down myself many, many times. That's decreased the standard, of course, when I've participated. Won by Simon Whitlock.
You actually won a game of darts there once, didn't you?
I've won more than once there, yeah.
180. $85. Shane, you require 55.
When I say more than once, I've won twice in about 100 attempts.
35.
Steve Brown about to attempt the 91 to make it 3 legs on the spin against a possibly fatigued opponent here. Again, we've seen
51.
this. Brown, I like it. He's come with a plan.
20.
He's gone, I'm going to be ultra aggressive in Group A. And that's what he's done. I wonder if that plan might be different come finals night should he get there.
I don't think it will be. I think this is just
Shane McGuirk,
the modern day Steve Brown.
Going double routes with 3 darts in hand at the end of big combinations with 2 darts in hand. He even opted to try and hit a double to leave a double at the end of the visit in his previous match. It's a good job we do have the first names
60.
on our graphic, because you could be forgiven for thinking that this man here was McGuirk and the other fellow was Keegan Brown. Could we just have the surnames? There is a
97.
I think rather uncanny resemblance.
Maybe they're related.
58.
Well done to Keegan Brown, by the way, who we could have actually seen here. He did lose his tour card last year. Got it straight back through Q School. With darts like that from another Brown. I have to say, a little bit cruel, because of course Keegan won a Pro Tour last year, would have been in a great position to qualify for the World Match Play had he kept his tour card and kept that ranking money. But of course it resets to 0.
Paul Nicholson loves this. The 350 conversion in 6. He loves it more than a 9.
Is it ultra aggressive Steve Brown not going to go for it when he does go for it in the end? Although you wouldn't have known it.
$96. Stevie Rockwine, 48.
Steve Brown came into today and I said that his levels are
Game shot
improving.
the 4 flag. Steve
They
Brown.
improved by 2 points from Monday to Tuesday. They're improving a lot more from Tuesday to Wednesday. He averaged 94.19 in his opening game. He's averaging 93.52 in this one. So he's running today, so far, around about a 94.
140.
When we take that dominant display of Jon Worsley on day 1, that was an average of 95, but that did also include 107 average. That really rose that up. So consistently wise, so far, and there is a long way to go, Steve Brown is putting in the performance of the week.
Yeah, really good stuff from Brown. And this match is certainly the time to perform for him, isn't it? As we mentioned at the start, it's as good as a shootout for Group B. As things stand, in all likelihood, it'll be Worsley, the group winner, but that prospect
57.
might get a little less likely if Hamilton beats him in the next game, though he looks like he's destined for Group B, which is where Brown looks like he's heading. Should he complete victory here, then it would be McGuirk, Small and Evans fighting it out in Group C.
60.
Players coming in. Group B, Aaron Beanie, Chaz Barstow and Keelan Kay. Group C, Brett Claydon, Jordan Brooks and Josh Richardson.
90. Shane, you reckon 104.
Is certainly going to be a good couple of days at the darts. Tomorrow, a dartathon.
Big moment.
72.
Big miss, and now
Steve
Steve
McGuirk,
Brown has a
91.
chance to wrap it up. Oh, he does it
Game shot
absolutely
and the
brilliantly on
match.
top.
Steve
A
Brown.
thumping win for Steve Brown. And it looks like it's B for Bomber Brown, who wins 4-1 against Shane McGuirk, the man who he was level on points with at the start of the day, but it's 2 wins for Brown, 2 defeats for McGuirk in the opening couple of rounds of matches here on Wednesday. And it means that Steve Brown is sitting pretty in pursuit of a place in tomorrow evening's action. We'll return with today's action with a top of the table tungsten tussle next as Andy Hamilton looks to stop Jon Worsley from progressing.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Steve Brown has continued his incredibly impressive start to this morning's session. A 4-1 victory over Shane McGuirk in that last match. Incredible the way that he has improved day by day in this group, isn't it?
I'm not surprised, to be honest, with Steve Brown, because he's one of those players that don't really play a lot of darts at the moment because he's too worried about everybody else's career, being the chairman of the JDC and the ADC. And I think the more he plays in this, he's one of those players that will start to find his form and get better. And at the moment, he's playing the best darts we've seen of anyone this week.
And as for Shane McGuirk, we saw it again in that game, 1 out of 6 on the outer ring. That's really troubled him today. Quite surprising, given how he played on Monday and Tuesday, that he's struggling, it seems, for confidence at the moment.
It's something that sort of went under the radar. We didn't really spot it until I started looking through the numbers and the stats. So it's actually been on a decline for the last couple of days, and today's an even further step down on that decline. It's something that maybe is coming because he feels the group's gone now, and he feels that opportunity's gone, and maybe he's just not got that same sort of aggression within the game. but they're interesting to keep an eye on that tomorrow and see what happens over the next couple of days.
Yeah, you mentioned that opportunity is pretty much gone. We can bring in the league table and have a look at how things stand, because this next match that we've got coming up, Jon Worsley against Andy Hamilton, this is a real mouth-watering clash that maybe we wouldn't have expected it to have been at the start of the day. Yesterday we mentioned Jon Worsley hadn't performed at his best, but was still grinding out the results. Today maybe it's catching up with him slightly.
Yeah, absolutely. Missed opportunities at the end of the last game, and it just begs a few questions, doesn't it? Is this a situation where he thinks he's already through, or is this a situation where he thinks he's just got a little bit more to do and then it becomes harder? I always reference an old TV show called The Cube, and they used to roll a ball down over, and it used to be a really easy game. And then because it was for like £20,000, they'd go, right, well, to do it, I'm going to move my finger. And they try and work it out and try and make it more complicated than it needs to be. This is a simple equation for Jonathan Worsley. He just needs to win this game. But it's certainly been a good one for the neutral to watch, and for myself, I like a penalty shootout. I love seeing people under that sort of pressure moment, and he's slowly boxing himself into that corner where it's becoming harder to do the longer it goes.
Very experienced player, but what would you recommend he does to maybe eliminate those thoughts from creeping in? Because it can be incredibly difficult to find that adrenaline when it's just naturally not there because you think you may have already done enough.
Well, he hasn't. He needs one more. Andy Hamilton's going to chase him down right to the very finish. And that's one thing we know about the experience of Andy Hamilton. He doesn't ever believe the job is over. We've seen him turn around some amazing performances before. The Simon Whitlock at the World Match Play. I think this would be right up there with those.
Just quickly, who's coming out on top in this one?
Oh, fence.
Okay, he's going to get some splinters. Chris Murphy, back over to you.
Matthew Edgar firmly nailed to the fence, but Andy Hamilton, the hammer, looking to do some damage and open the gate to the possibility of topping the group and booking his place at finals night that looked like it was specially reserved for Womble Jon Worsley. However, Worsley can put all the wrongs of today right by winning this match. If he does that, he is through. He can put his feet up on Thursday and Friday, watch double sessions of the darts on his TV or alternative device at the Super
first leg,
Series,
it's Andy to throw first.
than being on the stage.
Game on.
Big game. And because Worsley's lost both of his games so far today, at the start of the day, we were talking about the prospect of him winning every single game in the group. That's gone.
100.
Izzy going to suffer one of the greatest Super Series setbacks you could ever witness.
I sat on the fence when I was upstairs with Abby, but on my way down, I was thinking more about this. I'm going to go with a hammer win.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, what's happened there is Matthew Edgar always thought that Andy Hamilton would win this match, but on the balcony, there's a possibility of the players hearing him make that prediction, and he doesn't want to upset them. Is that right?
It's close. It is very close.
85.
I think just on the balance of play today, Jonathan Worsley's just been so far off the pace. He only averaged 77 in his last game with David Evans. He's started missing opportunities and missing doubles, which is something that was just bailing him out of situations. And if we look at the way the performances went yesterday for Jon Worsley, certainly towards the back end of the day, an 80 average and an 81, he just started to tail off a little bit. And Andy Hamilton has just been consistently brilliant throughout and has played even better today. That 4-0 victory over Alec Small, when Alec Small only had one dart at a double in the entire match. Worsley is just starting to think a little bit here. And maybe a little bit of
95.
Just settling in.
And he required 80.
So 80 on offer for the first blow. Double 10.
70.
Hammer
John
fails to find it.
129.
Worsley wasn't watching.
Treble 20 for the bull. The hammer will return.
93. And he
for
required
an
10.
opening bid in this crucial top of the table clash.
Game shot in the first leg. Andy Hamilton.
Andy Hamilton draws first blood in this
Second leg is
all-important
John to
contest.
throw first. Game on.
We did say at the start of the day, Worsley 1 or 2 wins away from qualifying. A win against the man that is chasing him, of course, would be enough. But Hamilton
95.
not only has that momentum, that superior standard of darts today, but also has a throw in this match.
We have referenced in the past something that we've dubbed, and very unfortunate for the man in question, we've dubbed it the Scott
57.
Walters. Someone who dominates the early part of the group and then ends up not qualifying. Would we be potentially changing the name of this situation from the Scott Walters to the Jon
96.
Worsley if it was to turn around and he wasn't to qualify through Group A?
I'm already scripting the line. It could be worse. It could be Worsley. For future reference.
51.
We've had a tweet come in from Jack who says, what was the odds for Andy Hamilton to win this group today? I don't know what the best odds was because I don't do
95.
like comparisons, but I do know it was available and quoted at 33 to 1. Jon Worsley was 1 to 100. Now, I don't think there's a massive panic button being pressed, but if I was to
100.
reprice this up right now, I'd probably be saying you're more like 7 or 8 on Andy Hamilton rather than 33.
We're just looking at the remaining fixtures after this quickly for the pair of them. Hamilton
60.
will have a bit of a break before playing Shane McGuirk. And then he plays in the very last match of the day against Steve Brown, who has played well today. But McGuirk hasn't been at the races at all. Worsley still has
57.
Alec Small
Johnny McGuirk,
and McGuirk to
55.
play. McGuirk is his last match, the third from the end of the day, match 13 of 15.
59.
You would say that that Brown match is the hardest of the lot. So everything's still very much to lose
123. Johnny McGuirk,
for
96.
Jon Worsley. Has he rescued this shot? He has.
Game shot in the second leg. Jon Worsley.
Nicely done. That'll just give him a little bit of a better feeling because he must have felt like he's been sinking in some kind
So
of
look, it's Andy to
quicksand
throw
as the
first.
day has gone
Game
on.
You can get in this habit when you think you've got a lot of lives. You think, I've got 5 lives, 5 opportunities. The first one goes, okay, I've got loads left. Next one goes, oh, I've now only got 3 left. Can't lose this next one because
42.
it just sets off a pattern of thought. It's unusual, this sort of group play, league table play. It's not something that you do anywhere
56.
but here.
I'm going to ask you a question now. But by whatever route, say both of these players make it through to finals night on Saturday, which one would you be more comfortable backing?
For me, I always prefer consistency.
85.
And for that, I'd be more interested in Andy Hamilton. I've mentioned many, many times that it's better to have an 85 regular than have a 95 and a 75.
121.
Yes, it levels off in the same place, but you're not going to be as competitive in all your matches. And when you play tournament play, like Saturday kind of is, you can just get caught out with that. You put that low average in at the wrong time, you could be going home.
137.
Well, this could be an important leg. Hamilton still in a good spot. Worsley,
83.
again, a little bit like the previous match. We saw him put the first dart in a treble and key time and then only score 81. This time it's 83. Just allows Hamilton that room to manoeuvre.
$53. $140.
Asks the big question in the big game.
You can almost sense the magnitude of the match between the players as well, can't you? I think Jonathan Worsley's moving around a little bit slower than he might normally. Is that to just
54. John Worsley, 101.
not rush himself, to make sure he keeps composed against one of the more methodical players, or is it a sign of the tension he might be feeling?
Oh, both players are aware of the situation. And if they wasn't, they just listen to me and Abby talk about the situation, so they will now be aware of it. And like you say, everything is just a little bit slower, a little bit more measured, trying to make sure that any mistake is not done with reason, with excuse.
Go,
As Andy Hamilton, big
Hamilton.
finish. His second 130 of the day. And that is the biggest finish we've seen this week.
Game on.
And both the players that have hit it are the two players that are standing on your stage. Jonathan Worsley taking it out with a double 5. Andy Hamilton twice now on the bull.
100.
And taking the bull by the horns here, the hammer. Really trying to wrestle Worsley off top spot. Something that did not seem probable.
140.
Maybe didn't seem possible before a dart was thrown today.
$100.
What does Worsley need to do? What does he need to change? Does he need to change anything?
Just needs to win.
140.
Sounds easy, but it's just getting into that winning mentality. Don't think about the table. Don't think about the group. Don't think about the fixtures. All these things are just
100.
mini distractions that I think are really affecting his game today.
Yeah, just stop thinking. Basically, you were talking about earlier in the week that the features of Wombles that matched Worsley, and you said making the most of the things that he gets, and
100.
that's what he needs to do. Remember, you're a Womble, John.
Yeah, I just feel like he's probably watched the table going, oh, Andy Hamilton's won one game and I've lost this one.
139.
So
And he
played it fixture by fixture, but
121.
just simplify it. Just win one game. Win one game, and it doesn't matter what Andy Hamilton does.
You talk about trying not to think too much, but there are moments like this, shots like this, where if they go in, you must feel like it's not going to be your day.
Goes
And it is
on
in.
the full flag. Andy Hamilton.
A 1-2-1 on the ball to follow the 130 on the same target. And Andy
Fifth leg, it's
Hamilton
Andy to throw
has
first.
struck
Game
an
on.
almighty blow on Worsley's winning chances.
Yeah, it was a big hammer blow there on the man with the big hammer.
58.
It'll certainly be a pleasurable experience for Hamilton. Having found the money shot a couple of times in a row. Doesn't dart about the 1-2-1, but just going back to the point, I said it as he was completing the finish. It must be hard for Worsley not to start letting that seed of doubt consume his mind now.
Oh, absolutely. It's no longer a seed of doubt. It's a seed of doubt that's been watered and is starting to grow.
57.
How big will it grow? Will it consume the body? This is good, though. Good reaction, good response.
180.
A 130 and a 1-2-1 to the solar plexus. And now he is starting to find his best again. This isn't because Jonathan Worsley is not performing in this game. He is playing well. He's averaging 96.73, which would win most matches, except when you're playing an inspired Andy Hamilton.
Showing all that famous fight.
140.
And that maximum gets him north of 93 in the averages. We'll switch to the 18s here. Oh, what a spell.
174.
But he's got
Johnny
Worsley
McGuirk,
under his
87.
spell here. This would be some showing of defiance if Worsley were to take this out. What a shot.
On the fifth
What a game.
leg. Jon Worsley.
I'm liking the reactions as well.
Sixth leg is
You can
Jon
really
to throw
see what it
first.
means to both
Game
players.
on.
We're getting a bit of a go on after every single leg now. They know the importance. And if anything, even if Worsley is to lose this game, keeping it as tight as possible is
95.
also important because the leg swing.
Well, Hamilton was on 32 after 9 darts there, having hit 180 followed by 174. Worsley then responded to the dozen darter by the hammer with a 12 dart leg of his own. Still in Hamilton's hands. Remember, he does have the
100.
darts. But Worsley, if he holds here, will force a decider. And the immediate destiny of this week at the Super Series will rest on a single leg for this pair.
Next round of fixtures for the pair.
78.
Jon Worsley taking on Alec Small, who's joint bottom of the table. Andy Hamilton would take on Shane McGuirk, who, if we started a table today, would be bottom of that one.
99.
It's looking likely to go the distance now, despite the deep digging of Andy Hamilton in this match. A 130, the 1-2-1, the 6 perfect darts to leave a double after 9 in the previous
83.
leg.
Johnny McGuirk 167.
Worsley has 6 from here to take us to a 7th and deciding leg in this all-important encounter.
43.
He's going to leave something handy again, you feel.
Another treble would be very handy.
100. Johnny McGuirk
was after a-
124.
A rare slip in this match, wasn't it? Only 43 from the 167, so now it's 54 and bullseye. I wouldn't have minded in that spot, you know, seeing Worsley pose the
84.
question there
Andy
and just
McGuirk
declining the ball and saying
140.
to Hamilton, go on, take out the 140.
Yeah, there's that old expression, if you're good enough. We know Andy is good enough. Not on this occasion.
125.
Worsley
Johnny McGuirk
tops
40.
to take us all the way to a deciding leg. And I think that's what
Game's
we
on
all
the
wanted to
sixth
see in
leg.
this one.
Jon Worsley.
A battle at the top of the table that could end
7th
campaign
and final leg. It's
have
Andy to
Jonathan
throw
Worsley go
first.
through to
Game
Saturday,
on.
or one that could see this go all the way, sets us up in a match that goes all the way.
It really is a battle royal between the two at the top of the table.
79.
Both players in the high 90s in the average. Hamilton was almost there, wasn't he? Remember, after 9 darts to win the match, he'd left himself on a double.
140.
Suddenly, Worsley has managed to claw the hammer back.
It was just 1 dart in hand for Worsley, 1 dart at double 5. I say it's a red pen moment. That might be red pen in bold
58.
moment. Andy Hamilton just seems to be wilting a little bit here. Worsley can sense the finish line, sense the opportunity
60.
to get this group won in this leg. Book his place in Saturday night. £5,000 on the line. And a couple of days off.
No
55.
doubt that this will be the match of the day, however it ends up, in terms of everything significant, standard, drama. The big thing, the big
58.
stat that is worth pointing out is the one you can see on your screen now. Jon Worsley, who has lost both of his games today, who will have had that sinking feeling and the potential of what would probably feel like an embarrassment, having lost a position that could not be lost. Apparently,
59.
He's hit every dart at double he's had.
And under pressure as well. That double 5. Big moment in this match. And in the scoring phases of this leg, Jon Worsley has now broken the throw of Andy Hamilton. It is now Jonathan Worsley's game to lose. He goes 2-11 favourite for the match.
Hamilton must hit a treble to get himself to a finish. He must hit a treble with this dart.
60.
And he hasn't.
Johnny record 120.
And now Worsley has 2 visits here. A man who hasn't missed a dart at double in this game will return. He might just throw this one near tops, you know.
60.
After 15 darts, Andy Hamilton back on 190. That will not please him. Nothing you can do to stop Jon Worsley winning this match now. It is all in the hands of Worsley.
So,
81.
to finally
Johnny
end
McGuirk
the
is
argument
60.
and to book his place at finals night as the winner of Group A.
$50.
The first flinch
And you require
comes at the
109.
crucial moment.
You see this a lot where a player has a scrappy leg when they really need it for the match, and then they take out a big finish at the end. We won't be seeing it in this one, though. Jon Worsley will return back for that double
77.
5, the double that got him back
Johnny
in this
McGuirk,
match in
10.
the first place.
And that's that.
Game shot and the
Worsley
match.
wins it.
Jon
And in
Worsley.
doing so, puts his name in permanent marker on the list for finals night on Saturday. Womble's wobble is over. Worsley is through to Saturday's session. Andy Hamilton will be in action on Thursday and Friday. A bold bid to displace the league leader, but it proved to be a bridge too far for anybody. And Jon Worsley is the first name at finals night.
Welcome back to the Super Series, where Jon Worsley has just become the first player to secure his place at finals night with his first win of the day. Next up, Steve Brown has an opportunity to gain a firmer grip on a Group B spot with a win here. He's been one of the standout performers on the third day of action with averages of 94 and 96 so far. And if he can keep this up for the remainder of the week, there's a very strong chance that we'll see him compete at finals night on Saturday. He's already got the better of his next opponent, Alec Small, twice this week. Small whitewashed in his last match, where he was afforded just the one dart at the outer ring. Will it be a third successive win for Steve in this fixture, or can Small move on to 8 points? Here's Matt Edgar and Chris Murphy to talk you through the action.
Thank you, Abby. Yes, the players just checking with our referee, Owen Binks, that everything is correct on the stage. Owen Binks having just bought a bubble for that spirit level, using it to ensure that the board is straight. I think that the pair of them are winding him up a little bit here, and we are probably going to see a slightly more friendly atmosphere for the rest of the group. Not that there's been any needle between the players so far, but that last result probably means, Matt, that all is effectively signed and sealed in this group.
Yeah, I think Steve Brown's just one win away, really, from confirming his place in Group B as well. But you say it's been a friendly group, it has. It was a bit quiet on Monday, and then it's sort of grown as the week's gone on.
First leg, it's Alec to throw first. Game on.
When I got here today, it felt a bit like a lad's holiday. It was laughs, jokes, banter flying around all over the place.
Yeah, Andy Hamilton is confirmed in Group B. Jon Worsley is confirmed in finals night, having won the group on 22 points with 4 still to play for.
60.
Alec Small and David Evans already confirmed for Group C. So the only matter to resolve is whether it'll be Steve Brown or Shane McGuirk in Group B. And Brown's convincing win over McGuirk a couple of games ago has made it very, very likely that it's going to be him. As we are at a point now where a lot of the stories in this group have disappeared. 58. We are encouraging your interaction, your involvement, as we enjoy here at the Super Series. The social media handle at the bottom of the scoreboard there at MSS Darts. Tell us who you think will win come Saturday. Tell us who you think will win the World Seniors. We've asked you a couple of questions today. New winners on the Pro Tour as well.
92.
We also see a lot of new tour card holders this weekend as well. Who do you think is going to be the star performer of the new tour card holders?
18 left, yeah.
Double 9. Be the star performer of this leg.
105.
He is the star performer of the day, really, so far, Steve Brown.
58.
Who continues on this upwards trend of performance.
Game shot in the first leg. Alec Small.
First leg goes the way of Small, although you wouldn't know it from his reaction. You mentioned that, didn't you? Young players particularly pursuing almost perfection and often greet winning legs with shakes of heads.
140.
As well do the birthday shout-outs as well. Darting birthday today,
78.
David Pallett. Many happy returns. Former UK Open semi-finalist, of course, and has played here at the Super Series.
100. 128.
He had a good year last year, didn't he? He really stacked up last year. Challenge Tour event, the Welsh Open. And a few good runs down here as well. Never forget the one in the old venue in Southampton when
41.
After Group B he lost his first 4 matches and he came back and qualified on the second day.
100.
Just looking as well on this darting day, would you believe
85.
it is 2 years to the day since Gary Anderson last won a title? First Players Championship event of 2020.
133, Stevie Rock, 135. $54. Alec, your record is 62.
Well, Brown has been the man to beat today. Alec Small could be halfway to beating him. Or should have been.
30. Stevie Rock, 81.
Twelves.
69.
Couple
Alec,
of
your record 32.
missed opportunities there for Brown.
Game shot on the
He
second
will not be
leg.
getting any more on
Alec
this
Small.
occasion. Alec Small, break a throw and still doesn't look happy.
Third leg,
Should
it's
be.
Alec to throw first.
Alec, you're doing everything you possibly
Game
can
on.
right now. You're 2 legs in, you've won them both. Should be beaming.
41.
I just need to slap myself on the wrist as well. It's 3 years, isn't it? 2020.
78.
Don't let me criticise a player for bad counting again.
Where was
58.
that at? Was that at Bolton?
Barnsley it was, I believe. Or maybe it was Bolton. Yeah, Barnsley. It was Barnsley. It would have been before
140.
the lockdown had kicked in, wouldn't it? 2020 first event, because I think that came around March.
60.
I'm so lost with years and what happened, and it's just a mist of events.
55.
He beat Jeff Smith in the final.
58.
Matthew Edgar was beaten in the second round by Martijn Kleermaker after getting the better of Martin Atkins, brackets Wigan, in the first.
Oh, yeah. I remember this one now, yeah. I'm up to date with the year. Yeah, that was
31.
Kleermaker's debut, I believe. He actually got through a few rounds that day. I remember looking at him thinking, wow, you're tall.
100. $97.
Steve Brown actually played that day, of course. He was beaten in the last 16. Our fellow Super Series commentator,
120.
Glenn Durrant, knocked out in the last 32
Stevie
by Steve
Rockaway,
Beaton.
100.
I believe.
Game shot in the
Good shot
third
there
leg.
from
Steve Brown.
Steve Brown. Missed a couple of opportunities in this one, but not anymore.
Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw
I
first.
believe
Game on.
Scott Mitchell should have been in that one as well, potentially. Scott Mitchell, someone who's had a few stints in the commentary box down here.
83.
He lost in the first round
60.
to Michael van Gerwen. I give him for that one. There's a fair few names on that who have certainly played here as well. Jon Worsley being one of them. He lost in the first round.
58.
Mike Kyvenhoven. Anyway, I'm getting lured in by one day in darts 3 years ago.
41.
Steve Brown beat James Wade in the first round that day, by the way. Can he get the better of Alec Small here?
$98. $56.
Well, he's pulling it back. Two things are happening. Steve Brown starting to find. And Alec Small starting to miss.
44. $81.
do you know weird things that take you back to somewhere? When you talk about that day 3 years ago, I said, oh, I remember that. Do you know why I remember that so well? And it's probably the most bizarre reason you're ever going to hear.
Go on.
Because I went to a fish and chip shop and it was really, really nice. And I thought, oh, I'm going to go there again sometime.
It doesn't surprise me, though, actually. I don't think it's abnormal to have a nice fish and chip shop in Yorkshire.
Stevie Require 158.
Some of them down here don't even do gravy, would you believe?
$60.
Be visiting a Yorkshire fish and chip shop next week when I go to watch Sheffield United play against Middlesbrough.
Why on earth would you do that?
I just like watching top of the table clashes in the Championship.
70. Stevie Require 98.
We've just seen a big top of the table clash in this championship,
62.
and it went the way of
Alec
Worsley, who, to
148.
remind you, is through to finals night. Steve Brown bidding for Group B. Alec Small will be in Group C. What's the mentality for a
58.
player who knows that they're
Stevie
going to be in
Require,
Group C
36.
for the rest of the week?
Games on the fourth leg. Steve Brown.
Enjoyment, I would say. And finding a way
Fifth leg is
to
Alec
have that internal
Game on.
battle. Because one of the things that happen is you sort of go, right, at this point in
128.
time, what can benefit me has gone, but that professional integrity kicks in and you feel like you're playing for others as well.
140.
And it's a very weird... I've been in this position many... I still can't describe it to you. I don't have the vocabulary to fully explain what that feeling is like.
Because you know your work's done in this group. You can't improve on the outcome.
140.
But your work for the week is not done, and you're playing against some players who you're going to need to beat in the next couple of days.
140.
And you're playing... You've got to play all the games the same. You can't go, oh, my job's done now, I'm not going... Because then people by the fixture list could benefit from that position, and then... Trust me, you're not a very popular guy in the practice room if you all of a sudden start looking a little less intent.
81 for Brown to break when he comes back.
56. Stevie Require 81.
57. Now 12 or 36. And now the nifty 50.
56. Alec Require 88.
It was starting to look like it was all about Steve Brown.
74.
It still might be.
Stevie Require 25.
Opportunity has come, opportunity has gone. This is for a breaker throw.
Game shot in the fifth leg. Steve
Brown pushes himself within a leg of the match. Alec Small went 2-0 up in this one. It seemed all about Alec Small.
Sixth leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
But we have seen a change in the performance. Brown is just getting stronger and stronger. In the last leg, he had 3 140s. He's already kicked us off with a maximum.
140.
Once missed the double for a 9-dart finish in this very venue. It would have been the first. Conor Heenahan hit one that night then.
100.
But I agree with something you picked up on yesterday, and it certainly spilled over into today. There is a strut, a spring, a swagger in the step of Steve Brown.
180.
And there is a class about his performance. He left 81 after 9 in the last leg. This leg left 41. He keeps improving.
Brown getting better and better. And his winning run continues. Steve Brown defeated the league leader Jon Worsley in his first match of the day. He then thrashed Shane McGuirk, and he's now seen off Small, a 4-2 success for Brown, who hit 50% of his double attempts, a couple of 180s, and picks up a 4-2 win. It's looking good For Steve Brown, David Evans in action next. He takes on Shane McGuirk.
To be competing in Group C on Thursday and Friday. He's up next against a player who still has an outside chance of getting into B, but he's going to want to win convincingly here to keep himself competitive when it comes to the legs difference column. McGuirk, as we mentioned a little earlier, has been getting progressively worse at the back end of legs as the week has gone on. Can he put those doubling woes behind him in this one to make the race for Group B that little bit more interesting? Here's Chris Murphy and Matt Edgar to guide you through this match.
Thank you, Abby. David Evans coming here with a mission today. That mission to prove he's not a sitting duck in this table and he's not there to be shot at. He is here to take points. He ended his losing run in his last match. That being a victory 4-3 over the man who's won this group, Jon Worsley. And David Evans hoping to stretch that winning run to 2. If he's going to do that, he's going to have to beat the 27-year-old Shane McGuirk, whose performances have gone
David
the other
to throw
way.
first. Game on.
They have been dropping off, and if David Evans is to make the most of this situation and give Shane McGuirk another defeat, these two are going to be playing each other for the next couple of days as well, because that will mean Shane McGuirk will be condemned to Group C. He's going to be joined in this group by David Evans and Alec Small.
134.
Everything would be sorted in terms of who is going where, with 2 rounds of fixtures left to play in Group A.
140.
Jon Worsley kicking the penultimate round off against Alec Small next. Then McGuirk returns to meet Andy Hamilton before Brown faces Evans.
135. 80.
Just having a little look there. The board wasn't touching with the point. If the point was touching the face of the board, that would have counted as 100. It It doesn't have to fully penetrate the board, but it does have to be at least touching the face.
44.
I think David thought it was in, didn't he? But Owen Binks called 80. He just checked before retrieving his darts. He would have had every right to question it if he did think it was in. But once the darts are taken out,
140.
and the rest not going to correct the score. No VAR in this game.
140. David, you require 96.
Already better from McGuirk. But you feel that this hasn't been the problem for McGuirk getting to the finishes. It's been taking them
48.
where the problems arose.
Yeah, Abby said it, didn't she? Getting progressively worse towards the back end of legs.
Game shot on the first leg. Shane McGuirk.
But he breaks that rule. And in doing so, breaks
Second
the
against
throw
Shane to throw
of
first.
Stretch Evans.
Well, let me give you some numbers just to back up what Abby just said there at the start. Day one,
42.
Shane McGuirk threw 36 darts at double, hit 13. That's more than respectable. We say 33% is the target. That was over that sort of boundary.
96.
Yesterday, he had 13 hits again, the same as Monday, but he threw 16 darts more at double, throwing 52 darts.
58.
A decline. Today, the decline continued until his 1-from-1 in this match. He had thrown 24 darts at a double and converted
58.
just 4.
It does not make for good reading.
140.
McGuirk. He's got every chance to put it right. You can only increase that percentage by keep on hitting them, and he's 100%
72.
so far in this match, 1 out of 1.
$91.
A reminder that tomorrow sees the start of our 2 days of double sessions here at the Super Series, Thursdays and Fridays, as always.
105. Shane, you
Jesus
require
have action at this
170.
time, 9:30 a.m. until around 2 o'clock, and then 10 p.m. for the
82. David, you require
5-man Group B.
170.
Both players had opportunity.
98. Shane, you require 88.
Finish a 170 there. McGuirk. First opportunity at the ball.
Game shot.
That's
the
all he
second
needs.
leg. Shane McGuirk.
Who told him to tidy up his finishing? Because I wouldn't mind a word with them myself, because this is working
Then
instantly.
it's David to throw first. Game on.
McGuirk 2 from 2. You say about that day of darts tomorrow. I'm going to call that a dartathon.
58.
It's going to be some day of darts. You might even need to get yourself a couple of devices.
57. $60.
McGuirk can keep his hopes alive still of getting into
80.
Group B. Keep him away from the early morning session tomorrow and give himself more opportunity of getting through.
57.
Steve Brown and Andy Hamilton currently occupying those positions. Andy Hamilton's next game is actually against Shane McGuirk.
60.
Steve Brown will be playing David Evans, who is throwing the darts right now for you.
By the way, I mentioned those start times for Thursday and Friday evening. There has been a change for Saturday
58.
evening. The action will get underway at 7:30. So don't be caught out by that. If you want to watch finals night, you'll be able to do so from 7:30.
180.
$180 for Shane McGuirk, putting him
140. Shane McGuirk 124.
In with a good chance of making it 3-zip.
44. David McGuirk 128.
David Evans, the only player in this group yet to register a tumpless finish. Is that about to end? No, not on this occasion. Everyone else in the group managed to
88. Shane McGuirk 80.
register a finish over 100. 130 being the biggest one so far. Andy Hamilton twice, Jonathan Worsley. This for 3-0 and a double breaker throw.
60. David, you require 40. Game shot in the third leg. David Evans.
David Evans, who we've accused of not
Fourth
taking
leg,
his
Shane to throw
opportunities,
first. Game on.
takes that one. Keeps himself in this game with Shane McGuirk. He can't alter his own destiny. He will be going into Group C, but he can alter the
83.
destiny of Shane McGuirk. McGuirk, a slim chance, but a chance still of qualifying for Group B. He needs to win all of his games.
57.
Hope that Steve Brown loses all of his.
I'm going to make a prediction because I'll be leaving at the end of the show, so you won't be able to hold me to it anyway.
59.
I'm going to say that at finals night, we'll definitely see Jon Worsley. We know that already he's through. I think we'll definitely see Andy Hamilton and Steve Brown because I think they're going to both be in Group B and be good enough to get through. Do you agree with those picks, first of all?
92.
Yes.
Right, now, what you're tasked with is to fill the rest of the field for Saturday.
Brett Claydon. Chaz Barstow.
140.
And another.
So if Brett Claydon goes through from Group C, your other is
59.
between Brooks, Richardson, McGuirk, Evans and Small. Because we're going with Barstow, Hamilton and Brown from Group B.
180.
I'm going to go with the man who is
133. Shane McGuirk
bottom
39.
of the Group A table, Alec Small.
The call is Small.
25 left. Yeah, 25 left.
The miss means it's 25 remaining for McGuirk here, so double eight. Just
31.
allowing Evans
David
an
McGuirk,
outside chance. A pop
160.
shot at 160. We've predicted our finals night field. Predict yours at MSS Darts on Twitter. The action getting underway on finals night on Saturday from 7:30. You'll catch the
45.
first part of that show on the MODUS
Shane
Super
McGuirk
Series
8.
YouTube channel. Sporty Stuff TV viewers can join us from 10
Game
p.m.
shot in
as
the
usual.
fourth leg. Shane McGuirk.
Will Shane McGuirk be there? Have we ruled him out of Group B prematurely?
Fifth leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
There is still quite a bit of darts to go, but for McGuirk, I think the fixture list doesn't read very pretty for him. He's got to
99.
take on Andy Hamilton, who is second position and chased down Jonathan Worsley all day today. And then his last game is against Jon Worsley. The top two still
100.
yet to come for Shane McGuirk.
I think he said something like "stop it" there. David Evans. Now we did see him as the
78.
day went on yesterday, and he started to suffer under the heaviness of defeat after defeat after defeat. Start to hold his elbow a little bit. I'm just wondering if the
43.
marathon is kind of catching up with him physically.
Does have a very
94.
aggressive action. Lots of forward thrust and dropping of the arm onto the joints.
120.
This is much better from McGuirk. Should have been a 180 really there, but the dart was knocked out.
$45.
I actually said off air before, I don't mind admitting this, that I could see a situation where Shane McGuirk didn't win a match today. He did look so fatigued earlier on in the day, so below par, but this has been much, much more like it.
180.
He sort of tipped his hat to that 180 there. Could we see that as a celebration? We see the Mensa headbutt, the Andrew Gilding
41.
thumbs up.
Shane McGuirk, 58.
Could McGuirk adopt the hat tip?
$38. David, you require 100.
He keeps giving David Evans chances, doesn't he? But ridiculous ones. Massive 2 treble combinations. There's 1 treble. There's 2 trebles.
108.
But he can't complete the combo. And surely
Shane
now
McGuirk, 20.
McGuirk will complete the win.
$15. David, you require 36.
It was nearly over. Might still
18.
be. David Evans
Shane
continues his
McGuirk,
little trend
5.
of missed opportunities, and McGuirk 5 points away.
It's looked so messy, this, hasn't it? I was about to say I wouldn't back him to hit the big number. He hasn't, but luckily he's still in business here. Double 1, 1, double 1.
No
It
score.
would have been an exhibition end.
David, you require 18.
Evans still fighting, still scrapping. Splitting this time, double 8.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
That looked much more
David
assured than
Evans.
anything we saw in the last few visits of that leg.
See if we get Shane to throw first. Game on. $100.
Nice response there from McGuirk. They're just missing all those opportunities at getting this game wrapped up. Quite often see people come back and have 6 or 9
57.
darts where they're not able to find a treble, but he built to that one nicely. Was rewarded with the last dart.
100.
Following this, Alec Small against Jon Worsley, then Shane McGuirk against
140.
Andy Hamilton. Steve Brown is David Evans' next opponent.
$100. $98. $105.
I like Chris did fear for Shane McGuirk coming into this one, thinking, especially with the fixtures that are coming up at the back end of the day, that this could end up being a winless day.
Shane McGuirk, 96.
Still might be. David Evans putting him under it.
Yeah, he's got Worsley and Hamilton left to play. But now he has to hope that Evans doesn't take
38.
out this
David
26.
McGuirk, 26.
A dead cat 180 to leave it.
Game
And he
shot on the
pins a
6th
double
leg.
13, no
David
trouble
Evans.
at all. And McGuirk is in trouble because suddenly he finds himself having to break to win for the first time today.
7th and final leg.
Defeats
It's David to throw
To
first.
Alec Small
Game on.
and Steve Brown already. And it could be a totally pointless day for McGuirk.
85.
And if Evans does win this leg by holding his throw, that will mean that Steve Brown will be confirmed in Group B. And it will, of course, mean that Evans and McGuirk will do battle
60.
again on Thursday and Friday in Group C.
Gonna say impressive here from David Evans.
140.
He's not had much go his own way this week. He's only won 3 matches so far. And at 3-1 down, it would have been so easy to roll over and get his tummy tickled. But he's having none
60.
of it. He's battling back into this. Right now, has become favourite to win the match.
100.
Suddenly went really messy, really scrappy from Shane, didn't it? Evans has been the man who's managed to regain some composure.
134.
Well, he's got a nice bopper in the score line, and he's got the 3 darts that are in his hand.
100.
Sets himself up on a nice little 2-darter. McGuirk needs to hit big.
100. David requires 76. 72.
Comeback nearly complete.
Jane, you require 147.
Nearly back-to-back victories for David Evans. This would hurt. This would hurt.
Go!
And we said it got a bit scrappy, but not at the finish line for Shane McGuirk. He can't even believe it himself. The 147 finish from nowhere after missing so many match darts beforehand. David Evans looked like he was going to turn that one around, but couldn't get over the line. Shane McGuirk even dances in front of David Evans. What a way to rub it in. And Shane McGuirk picks up the points and keeps his hopes alive of still getting through to Group B. Coming up next, we've got the man who's already qualified through this group, Jon Worsley, taking on Alec Small.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
And you can come and join us on Saturday. Finals night gets underway from 7:30 p.m, a new start time for us. And you can book your complimentary tickets by visiting dartshop.tv. So then, to kick off our penultimate round of Group A fixtures, a Cymraeg clash. Jon Worsley against Alec Small. Womble already guaranteed a spot at finals night. He cannot be caught at the top of the Group A table. Despite losing 2 of his 3 matches so far today, he did win the all-important meeting with the man trying to chase him down, Andy Hamilton, last time out. As for his opponent, Alec Small will be back in action in Group C on Thursday and Friday following a disappointing campaign. He's looking for win number 4 of the week. It's Worsley who's taken the points in their previous 2 meetings, though. Can he make it 3 from 3 in this one? Let's find out in the company of our commentary team.
Thank you, Abby. Yes, Jonathan Worsley is now breathing a sigh of relief, knowing that he's just got to fulfil a couple more fixtures and he can have a couple of days off and prepare for finals night on Saturday, as Abby said. 7:30 start. If you have been here before, it's an
first leg
early
is
start
Jon to
time.
throw
Get yourself
first.
tickets via
Game on.
dartshop.tv. They're absolutely free. Get yourself down here. And maybe you'll be cheering on the Womble. Alec Small
45.
will be trying to get there via Group C. You can tune in, of course, here on Sporty Stuff TV and indeed on the MODUS Super Series channel for double sessions of
60.
darts tomorrow and Friday, 9:30 AM, to see if Small can have a better campaign in Group C than he did in Group A. He still has David Evans to play. Can still take his
81.
points tally into double figures if he ends the day with a couple of wins, but he's someone you've earmarked, Matt, as a potential progressor
45.
from Group C.
I think you're going to see some very good darts over the next couple of days. I think that's the biggest prediction I can give you. And a lot of tight fixtures. I think the groups have been very well matched up this week.
45.
And we're going to see some tight finishes.
Let us know your lineup for Saturday, who you think will join Worsley at finals night
100.
at MSS Darts on Twitter. I'm at Chris Murphy 180. Matthew Edgar is at the Edgar 501. Who will be there? Who will win it? Who will be the first
134.
victor? Series 3 here at the MODUS Super Series. After
100.
Series 1 and 2 were won by Conan Whitehead and Raymond Smith, both amassing somewhere near £30,000 for the trouble in total. Not a bad little spell of earnings for the pair of them.
100.
Well, when I break it down now and I speak to people about what that means, to put into context, that is more than reaching the third round of the World Championships.
26.
Now, the third round of
Johnny
the World
required
Championship
96.
realistically is the target for most players that aren't seeded, because it means making the World Championships and then winning a game and then beating a seed.
80 scored. 80.
Difficult to do,
And it can require 170.
as is the 170 finish. Or a brilliant 147 check out at the end of that previous match. Shane McGuirk,
58.
who looked
Johnny requires 16.
like he'd been beaten, but suddenly pulled out a plum.
No score. And it can require 112.
He does everything to leave that double 18.
44. Johnny requires
Except
16.
a single 14 to leave double 18. I still refer back to that moment earlier that was very surprising. Can the group winner take the lead in this one?
12. And it requires 68. Game shown
Next
the
door this
first
time,
leg.
double 4.
Alec Small.
Small takes the lead with a break of throw, apologetically, against Jon Worsley.
Second against Alec to throw first.
Just rewinding back to
Game on.
that point I was making about players who have won those big prizes and been more than the third round of the World Championship. To put a bit more
56.
context into that, the World Championship happens once a year. The opportunity to earn that £30,000 3, maybe 4 times a year, depending on how the fixtures break down.
60.
So you get more opportunities there in that one. Plus, you don't have to go through that seeded system if you're not familiar with that. To qualify for the
58.
World Championship as a Pro Tour card holder, you have to play on the PDC Pro Tour. The PDC Pro Tour has the top 32 players seeded. So you are likely to play one of the top 32 players in the world in round
100.
1, if not round 2. You have to beat the top 32 week in, week out to have the opportunity to even get to the World
180.
Championship, which the point I'm trying to make is the healthy state now for the amateur game and the game outside of the PDC.
Yeah, well, to pick up near £30,000
92.
in 3 months, other comparisons would be winning a couple of pro tours and having good runs in a few others as well. It's a lot of hard work,
171.
isn't it, in darts to earn that kind of money. But to do it outside of the PDC's professional tour is a really welcome addition, and I'm sure that
41. Alec McGuirk,
it's a
36.
carrot for the majority of players that aren't
Game
playing
shot
on the
the
pro tour
second
at
leg.
the moment.
Alec Small.
Alec Small did get a go at his favourite double this time after a brilliant spell of darts, 180, followed by 171.
So
And
look,
then
it's Jon to
36.
throw first.
Double his
Game
lead against Jon Worsley, who might end the day by just winning the only match that he really had to win.
on. 94.
If Andy Hamilton had managed to win all of his matches today, including beating Jonathan Worsley, he could have made it through. In fact, it
57.
might have been the case where had Hamilton beaten Worsley, Worsley would have needed 2 wins to keep his place at the top of the table. But because that win was against Hamilton, his closest contender,
100.
turned out he only needed the 1.
40.
This is as flat as anything we've seen so far from Womble. It's 4 tons in the match. That's as good as it's got. 7 missed darts at double.
100.
I'd like to say it's probably because it's job done for him, but he's not really performed all day. I mean, he had that good game with Andy Hamilton.
58.
But his first 2 performances was below par from what he set the bar at for so far for this week. His last 2 games of yesterday, so 4 of his last 5 games have not really been
81.
to the level we saw earlier on in the week from Jon Worsley. So we can't really blame it on the fact that he's through. He's probably just took the foot off the gas a little bit.
126.
Another in there. Leaves double 6.
114.
I'm not sure whether or not we'll hear from Worsley today, the winner of this group, but it might be a very different interview than it would have been had he managed to match those
41.
levels from the
Johnny
previous
McGuirk,
couple
12.
of days. Double 3.
Game
In
shot
it
on the
goes.
third
He halves the
leg.
deficit
Jon
in this
Worsley.
one.
Fourth leg, it's Alec to throw first. Game on. $100.
Better from Worsley. You just knew when that
180.
first dart was on that bottom wire, he was going to fill that up.
95.
This is that pride kicking in now for Jon Worsley. This is the fact he wants to stand there, give that interview, where if I was him, I'd be there giving it the big licks.
39.
See it quite often. I mean, I sometimes do those interviews on the balcony, and players have progressed, and you wouldn't know it
99.
from the responses to questions. He's very unhappy. I didn't play well today. I've got to play better to win. Not often you get a darts player that comes up and says, yeah, I'm really happy with how I played and
55.
feel confident of winning on Saturday.
You haven't interviewed me then at any point, have you? So, but then again, you just said you interviewed winners.
59.
Exactly.
Remember, after I won at the World Championships, the interview was about 12 minutes long, and it took me about 3 minutes to answer the first question. That didn't actually even answer the first
140.
question.
148.
Worsley answering a few questions here, because it was a very sluggish start.
88.
From the Group
Johnny
A
McGuirk,
winner.
87.
Now he's back in business. He'll be level if he takes this 87 out, and he can do it with a 20 or a treble. And the ball.
62. Alec McGuirk, 60. Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Alec
about to
Small.
say that looked like a nice lie there for Alec Small. The way his darts just kick up, it must have looked like an open
Fifth leg
invitation.
is Jon to throw first. Game on.
Invitation accepted.
$140.
I'm going to ask you to enter the mind of a Group A winner
100.
and just put a couple of various scenarios to you. Say Jon Worsley does end up losing his next couple of games. He's had by far his worst day. It was going to be his worst day if he lost one match because he won all of them on Monday and Tuesday. Is that the time that you're actually grateful of a couple of days off?
99.
I've actually won a Group A, and when it came to the days off, I thought, oh, this is going to be great.
36.
I stayed in bed, I played Football Manager, won the Premier League with Aston Villa. And when it came back to the darts, I ended up playing Justin Smith and James Richardson. I think I lost 4-1 and 4-0.
92.
Got blown away with 107 average and 90 odd of James Richardson. And it was over so quick.
124.
It just gives you a little
And
bit of processing time.
170.
And that's probably the negative side of it. The positive side is you get a couple of days off and you can do it. But the main thing is just
95.
don't get lazy with it. Don't just sit around playing Football Manager. Get out, have a little wander around, go take in the sights of Portsmouth, and that should cover 1 hour.
99.
And then you'll have
John
another
McGuirk,
23 to try and
75.
fill.
Well, that 3 leaves 72. Suppose a point I'm trying to get at is
35. And
if a player does just play really well, some of them would just want to keep playing. But because Worsley has had a bad day, or might have a bad day, is it more likely that he just
42.
appreciate
John
that little
McGuirk,
bit
40.
of time off rather than trying to play himself back into the form of Monday and Tuesday?
Game show
I think
the
we
fifth
see that
leg. Jon
on
Worsley.
both ends of the spectrum. The end of the spectrum where we say, okay, he's doing well, he wants to keep that going. But on the other end as well,
Fifth
when you
leg
go,
is
they're not
Alec to
playing
throw
well, they want to
first.
keep playing.
Game
Shane
on.
McGuirk, he said, went and played the local open last night. How much of that was a panic on the basis that he didn't play as well
56.
Tuesday as he did Monday? The main thing is, like with a lot of sort of high pressure jobs, you need to have that moment. And for me, that moment here would be when you leave the door
5.
and you close that door and you leave the venue. That's where darts should be finished. You shouldn't be going home and talking about darts and watching darts. and
70.
staying in dart. Go do something different.
And surely you shouldn't need to be practicing darts the amount that you play during the day here. Going and practicing in the evenings.
50.
Absolutely not. And you see this even on the Pro Tour sometimes. You'll see some people like get together and have a practice the night before the Pro Tour. And it's like,
47.
you should be ready by the time you arrive at Barnsley, Wigan, wherever the event is playing. You shouldn't feel that you need to put any more prep in because that should all be done. It's time to go and deliver that and put that performance in.
95.
That'll be the same with these. If they're feeling the need to practice in the evening, I'd call that panic.
30. $94.
Alec Small might be hitting the panic button here if he's not able to get this one wrapped up soon.
92.
Worsley is just chipping away at him. Slowly bringing this game back. Actually make that quickly, bringing this game back.
Well, it was a very, very slow start to the leg, wasn't it? 5 points in his first visit.
180.
180 points in what he hopes will be the penultimate visit of the leg.
134. Johnny Rockwell is
And indeed
77.
the penultimate leg rather than the last one.
Game shown the sixth flag.
Super
Jon
stuff.
Worsley.
What a turnaround for Worsley in that leg, and indeed in this match. He now has the darts
Seventh
to
and
win
final
it.
leg is Jon to throw first. Game on. 140.
Just feels like he's found a bit of a zone here, a bit of a purple patch all of a sudden.
100.
When you win, you win. Just becomes easier, doesn't it? The more you win,
92.
unless you even contemplate the idea of getting beat.
100.
Very rarely takes a trip down to the 19, Jon Worsley, but we'll have to consider that at some point here. Now back upstairs.
59.
Finding the treble would have left a finish. 2 trebles required for Small to do that.
135.
Got the 2 trebles, or the 2 big trebles. But didn't leave a finish because of the wayward one.
$124.
Big visit from Worsley.
105. John, you require 86.
Set it up, he's left it. This is for the match.
Again, then Small went for the ball, didn't he, to leave double 18. Now the ball to end the match. Worsley wins the 4-3
Jon
success
Worsley.
against Alec Small, who was in a great position in that game. But a turnaround as Worsley upped his level, gave himself more opportunities at doubles, and despite a 75% strike rate from Small, it wasn't enough to topple the table topper. Coming next, Shane McGuirk against second place Andy Hamilton.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Next up, Shane McGuirk, who is somehow still clinging on to a chance of making it into Group B after taking out a magnificent 147 to come through in a decider against David Evans. He could do with a big scoreline here, though, to make his leg difference column a little healthier. He takes on Andy Hamilton, who is already set for a campaign in Group B, and he can determine right here who will join him. Andy Hamilton against Shane McGuirk. Owen Binks, our referee, is ready, so let's hand over to Chris and Matt to guide you through the action.
We're always ready to watch top quality tungsten being tossed on the Super Series stage, and Andy Hamilton has thrown plenty of good stuff here. Not just this time, but last time he was here as well. Shane McGuirk's had a slow start to the day, but it was an explosive end, wasn't it, for him? At the back of that previous match, that fabulous 147. Check out the highest we've witnessed this week.
Okay, first leg, it's Shane to throw first. Game on.
As we've been saying, we know who is going where in terms of which group and when they will play over the next couple of days at the live lounge. So everybody may be a little bit more relaxed. And sometimes
100.
that can result in the best arrows they can throw. Let's see if that's the case as McGuirk meets Hamilton for the third time this week.
Yeah, you feel a little bit for Andy Hamilton, don't you? He's been mightily consistent throughout this entire group. And even throughout today. And then the one time you probably would have really liked to have called on that ability was in that final leg with Jon Worsley at 3-3. And it just didn't happen for him there. And Worsley ended up cantering to the finish and the qualification place. But Andy Hamilton strikes me as a guy that probably doesn't really want the days off. I think he's someone that would be keen just to keep playing and keep going, and he'll get that from his Group B campaign.
The amount of times we've asked Group A winners and said, you know, a couple of days off, will that work in your favour? And they've kind of said, well, I actually quite like to play next couple of days. So there are positives and negatives. I think I would certainly be of the ilk that I'd want to win as soon as possible and secure that place at finals night.
Oh, absolutely. You just got to spend that time well.
94.
I sure did. Be a long time before Aston Villa win the Premier League in real life, so at least I can say I've done it on a game. They even managed to bring Jack Grealish back.
84.
Should start live streaming your Football Manager exploits. Because then there'd be proof. Shane McGuirk, by the way, has only won one leg against Andy Hamilton in those two meetings this week.
64.
4-0 defeat on Monday, 4-1 yesterday.
$134.
That's a quality setup there from Andy Hamilton, using two treble 19s. Leave himself the double 16, which you will get a shot at. Shane McGuirk slipping 68. Into the one means it's a non-doable shot.
And he requires 32.
So Andy Hamilton, with that excellently timed 1-3-4, leaves himself double 16 for a break of throw in the opening leg.
No score. Shane, you require 32.
Chance sent for McGuirk. Same target. Thus far, the same outcome. But he's got a double-barreled marker.
16.
Can't
and he requires 32. Game show on the first leg. Andy Hamilton.
Different outcome this time for the Hammer. We know what's going to happen with his week.
Second leg is Andy to throw first. Game on.
Group B, and I've mentioned a few times this week that Andy's looking a lot healthier at the moment. Certainly a lot more slimline. And I wonder if that is because now darts is changing the way it is, that he's not on the Pro Tour, which means he's not got that schedule. So it means he's going to be in these schedules here where we've got these long weeks and he's going to be playing 25 plus matches across a week. If he's just thought, right, well, I need to be meeting the demands of that. And we've seen people before that have really focused on the health side of the game. Lucas Venig, Josh Payne, Chris Mason, be able to sustain the performance longer in this environment.
Yeah, also just down to the fact that, you know, these times are probably more suited to
100.
conventional meal times, aren't they? If you're playing the Pro Tour, you're missing kind of your normal lunch and, well, what we say up north, tea time, but you would know that as dinner, depending on where you're watching. Not that you know it from this commentary box, though. Matthew Edgar's even tucked into one of Henry Deacon's substandard crisps. Can't believe it. The multi-pack of 36 is now down to 34.
100.
Yeah, I did buy myself probably one of the cheapest, nastiest sandwiches today from the supermarket, and I just felt like I needed to try and add a bit of flavour. Unfortunately, I used Henry's crisps and it didn't really add too much.
96.
Don't worry, Henry, they'll be replaced with something of a similar standard, like a bag of nothing.
96.
Henry Deacon will be back in the booth tomorrow. Mr. Modus Super Series, who did a fine job of presenting, hosting finals night on Champions Week.
138.
By Raymond Smith.
Shane, 145.
Right, 147 was the last finish that McGuirk took out. 145 on offer now. Not going to go.
That 147 was actually the best finish of the week as well.
And you require 40.
It was 130 up until that point, so 147 currently taking the mythical trophy of best finish.
Games on the second leg. Andy Hamilton. So look at Shane to throw first. Game on.
Well, this is looking like a mismatch once again. Legs played between this pair this week, 11.
41.
Legs won by Andy Hamilton, 10.
When I say about that mythical trophy as well, there's all sorts of shenanigans that go on, especially at local level, when them trophies are on the line. People deliberately leaving big finishes from like a 196 and you deliberately hit a 26 because the best finish of the season's a 164, or deliberately losing a leg so you get more
58.
legs, so you can get more tons, so you can win the ton trophy.
And that is interesting, isn't it? I always found that the high checkout prize was a bit of a strange one in darts because, yeah, numerically it's the biggest, but it's not always the hardest, is it? A 170 is not more difficult than a 167 or a 161.
125
is arguably easier than, say, a 147 that we saw McGuirk hit. That's your next job for your Edgar TV channel. Rank difficulty of finishers, and then you can write to all the darts leagues and say, right, you've got to award the prizes in this order. Hardest finish, not biggest.
140 and 144.
Right now for Andy Hamilton, it would rank as very important. That is a lovely lie for Andy Hamilton. You just knew that one was going in. It's all about the double 12.
Game shot in the third leg.
It ranks in the week for second best, but right now it's the most important. Andy Hamilton, a 144 finish. 2 treble 20s, the double 12.
Andy to throw first.
A hammer blow delivered to Shane McGuirk, and his chances of getting into Group B look to have gone.
Just loved his reaction there. Why always me was almost what his face was saying. Andy Hamilton is just
123.
Hammering away. Giving Shane McGuirk pounding after pounding after pounding.
58.
Sees him and just explodes into life.
100.
You used the word earlier, mismatch.
96.
And the averages just moved to 19, but 20 to 19 points apart. The averages, the stats, everything suggesting that that terminology of mismatch
55.
is correct. And the big stat that really matters, so does the legs column.
Only had twice as many darts at double.
28.
Shane McGuirk as well. He's none from 3, McGuirk. Hamilton 3 from 6. Those big finishes have become a bit of a feature of his day, haven't they? 2 130s as well.
Yeah, he's had 2 130s, a 1-2-1, a 1-12. Not today. This is in
95.
Group A. He's now moved to the player who's hit the most ton-plus finishes. He's on 5. Jon Worsley's hit 4. Steve Brown on 4, although 2 of his have been
38. And he
100 straight,
128.
which I know you don't
We're
fully
not
agree
counting
with.
them. Scrub them out. Here comes Hamilton 6th. Not going to happen because with McGuirk not on a finish, didn't have to go the
44.
18s route, which gives you a double chance. And the reason I don't count the
59.
100 is because it's a 2-darter.
And he require 84.
But should I count a 99 and not 100? Because that's a 3-darter. How many darts for 84? Well, it will have to be 3 now.
48.
He leaves Alec Small's favourite double. If he had the opportunity, I reckon he'd go off and tag Alec Small in for this one, because he rarely misses that. But
130.
Andy Hamilton is quite
And
tasty
he
on this
requires
himself.
36. Game shot and the
And
match.
that is
Andy Hamilton.
another battering dished out by Andy Hamilton to Shane McGuirk. 4-0 on Monday, 4-1 yesterday, 4-0 again today. Hammer is proving to be one to watch this week at the Super Series. He will be playing again in Group B. Worsley already the winner of this group, but the former world finalist is getting better and better and better. Coming next, Steve Brown back in action. He's played well today as well. He faces David Evans.
So then, victory for Hamilton in our last match means there is very little to play for in our remaining games. Worsley, of course, guaranteed a spot at finals night, and we can now confirm that Hamilton and Brown will be in B. The remaining players will all battle it out in Group C on Thursday and Friday morning. Steve Brown against David Evans up next for you, rounding off our penultimate round of games. Steve Brown, who has been the standout player on day 3, consistently averaging in the low to mid 90s, dropping just 4 legs in the process, and he has been rewarded with a spot in Group B for his efforts. Of course, he could still go into the rest of the week with the ultimate confidence boost and complete the perfect day if he can get the better of David Evans and Andy Hamilton. Stretch up first for him. Their head-to-head is 1 apiece for the week. Who will come out on top in this one? Over to Murphy and Edgar to find out.
In terms of the collective,
Okay, first leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
it is all done and everything has been played for. In terms of the individual battles, there is still plenty to play for.
55.
Steve Brown really standing out today. 94.09 is average. That is an average across 3 matches.
59.
The thing that's impressive with that is it's been consistent. Yes, Jonathan Worsley on the opening day had a 95.28, but he had a big booster in there with 107. Steve Brown has done this across the board, which means he's going to be hard to beat in every single one of his games. David Evans just wants to win games. He's only won 3 so far. And a little bit of a point to prove to the rest of this group. And
58.
unfortunate not to get a second victory, actually, in his last match. It was the 1-4-7 finish from Shane McGuirk at the end that sort of pinched his pocket.
80.
Missed opportunities have been his story so far. He'll be hoping that he'll be playing Steve Brown again, because if that is the case, he'll be in finals night on Saturday, because these two will go 2 different directions after this game. Shame one of them's not Scottish, so I could say one will take the high road, one will take the low road.
59. Stevie Rock 128.
Well, high finish for Steve here. On offer, not going to take it. Evans not threatening Brown's throw in this leg yet. And if he is to do that, he'll have to rely on Steve missing 3 darts at double.
59.
It's been a very successful plan today, if that's been the plan of attack for people, hoping that Steve Brown misses, because he's playing exceptional darts today. I made reference at the very start of this show, the improvement in the average, 83.22 up to 85.30. Doubling on day 1. He was 12 hits from 38 attempts. On day 2, he went up to 14 hits and reduced the amount of throws at double by 2. So it's all going in a very positive way for Steve Brown. If we look at today, 4 from 8, 4 from 9, 4 from 8, 1 from 1, he's 50%.
Really, really good stuff. He has caught my eye the most today, Steve Brown. It's just the way he's playing. The way, even to forget where the darts are going, cover up that part of the screen. He's just exuding an air of confidence as well.
He knows he's playing well. He's feeling good. I said yesterday the word swagger. Got a bit of a strut about him when things are going well.
58.
The shoulders are back, the chest is out. Adopting power body positions.
140.
And delivering power darts.
$95. Stevie Rock 121. $81. David Rock 112.
Last time we saw David Evans, he was getting shots at big finishers. And last time we saw him on 112, we saw him 56. Determined to hunt down that treble 18. He fails to find it this time, and Brown can double his lead in double quick time.
Game shot in the second leg. Steve Brown.
Just looks so likely. He's likely to wrap this
So look
week
at
up
Steve
with
to throw
absolute
first. Game on.
polished day of performances. And if you think this is not a one-off from Steve Brown, and you think, I actually think Steve Brown could keep this going and move on to win the week.
180.
Before the off today, you could have got 16-1 from your favourite bookmaker. Got a feeling that might not be the
57.
case tomorrow morning.
Brown means business. And Evans is already looking like a beaten man in this game. Head down
36.
as he sculpted back from the hockey.
$84.
Took Brown less than a couple of minutes to win each of the first couple of legs in this game.
60. $47.
Right now, I can't see any other outcome than 4-0, and the reason for that is that that's what I think the outcome that both players can envisage is looking at the difference in demeanour from the pair.
95.
See Steve Brown squinting at the board like he opened with a 180 and then missed the first treble 20 and just like squinting at the board, almost expecting that everything's just going to happen for him.
57. Stevie record
But why not?
130.
He's averaging over 94 for the day. He's averaging over 95 in this match.
And the luxury of not needing to go
82.
20 bull there, although I wouldn't have been particularly surprised had he done that. He's been extremely aggressive over the course of 3 days here.
$57. Stevie required 48.
Well, he certainly didn't go for the 8 or 16 approach. He went for the 8 approach there. Got that one
30.
horribly wrong. He's ended up on double 9.
Yeah, but look where David Evans is, and just going back to the point we made earlier, looked like a beaten man before a dart was thrown in this leg, and Steve Brown's made a real mess. Evans isn't near enough to
101.
punish him.
Stevie required 18.
Never, ever give up a leg of darts.
Game shot on the third leg.
Brown
Steve
gets
Brown.
over the line in the end, and after a disastrous last few visits from Steve Brown, David Evans
David to throw
should
first.
surely be kicking
Game
himself that he wasn't even in with a chance of finishing at any point.
on. 97. $100.
And straight back on it again. David Evans looked a little bit better today. A bit more steely at times.
140.
We'll be hoping that things continue to improve as he moves into Group C, but it's a
140.
fresh start for him there. He gets that 3-life rule where he can then afford to start losing games again, although he's going to want to.
43. $57.
Opportunity to avoid the whitewash here, David Evans. And he's going to have a makeable outshot.
105.
Made it even more makeable there by utilising the 25 segment. But look what Steve Brown does. This is what he's been doing all day long.
180. David, you rock 116.
By far the most impressive day of anybody so far. David Evans with his first dart at a double in this
Game
match
shot in the
gets his
fourth leg.
first
David
topless
Evans.
finish of the week.
Fifth leg, it's Steve to
Well, fair
throw
play
first.
to him there, because when that
Game on.
180 went in, If I'd have been in David Evans' shoes, I would have been tempted just to shake Steve's hand and walk off the stage.
55.
But he manufactured a fantastic 116 finish.
Remember what you said in the leg previous? Should never give up on a leg of
93.
darts.
Oh, yeah. Do as I say, not as I would do.
David Evans certainly did, as you said in that one. But Steve Brown's
180.
relentless. His third maximum of this match.
Listen, if you're beating me 8-0 in a race to 10, Matt, I'm not hanging around to watch you win the last 2 legs. I'm off. This is Steve Brown setting up a stylish conclusion to what has been a fantastic display. 3 180s, an average just shy of 98, and a 167 on offer to win the match.
Won't go on this occasion, but he'll set it up. And the finishing stats of Steve Brown today are around the 50% mark. You expect he's going to get at least a dart at a double here, if not 2.
68.
Just the one.
48.
And Evans gets another opportunity. 86. Took out 116 in the previous leg. His only dart at double was hit. Now he gets 2 at double 16. And in it goes.
The 5th leg. David Evans.
This is a real tungsten turnaround because Steve Brown
6th leg, it's David to throw first.
Faultless, and Evans didn't look like he had a hope. Suddenly he's throwing to force a decider.
And this isn't because Steve Brown has dropped his levels. This is because David Evans has raised his.
180.
2 from 2 on the doubles. That's his first maximum of the game. 4 in total. 3 the way of Steve Brown.
96.
But David Evans is showing us what he is capable of. Showing us why he was, for the past 2 seasons, a PDC Tour card holder. A player who was a matter of legs away from playing at the World Championships.
58.
Tipped to the post by Richie Burnett.
$100. 42. David Evans 121.
Would have been a reappearance at the World Championships. He did play in 2021 in the PDC World Championships. He also played in the WF version in 2020. So
41.
back-to-back appearances in 2 different codes.
Game shown the 6th leg. David Evans.
While we're staying on numbers, I might as well say it's 3. 3 from 3. On the doubles for David Evans, 3 legs.
7th and final against
for
Steve
David
to
Evans,
throw
3
first.
legs
Game
for Steve
on.
Brown. 3 is the number.
A few
43.
Brown backers maybe nervously clinging to betting slips right now.
$137.
Looking at the walk-on song choice of David Evans is The Business by Tiesto. I'm not
58.
familiar with the song, but I know Tiesto are a bit of a dance music-y sort of group. He's looking The Business right now.
84.
Well, you know David better than me. Is he a bit of a raver? Does he get out the glow sticks?
Not that I know of. He's not quite a dive and boulder type.
45.
Steve Brown's walk-ons. I've not seen Steve Brown on TV for a while.
Oh, this is The Business.
180.
He's producing The Business at the business end. His average has gone from in the 70s to the mid-90s.
134. David, you require 100.
Where does he go? Well, Steve Brown's walk-on song,
60.
apparently War by Edwin Starr. This one has become a real battle, hasn't it? A battle that he might be about to lose, having led 3-0.
45. David, you require 40. Game shot and the
Well,
match. David
Who saw
Evans.
that coming? Steve Brown was running away with it. We were starting to wrap the game up with Steve Brown on a 95 average. David Evans, one by one, ticked them off. 100% on the doubles for David Evans. A man we've accused of not taking his chances, took every single chance that came his way, including his first 100 checkout of the week. That coming with the 116. We now enter our final round of fixtures, starting with Shane McGuirk and Jon Worsley.
Shane McGuirk against Jon Worsley up next then as we enter our last round of Group A fixtures. Worsley coming through in two last leg deciders to get his 2 victories today. His standout performance coming against Andy Hamilton, a clinical display when it really mattered. As for McGuirk, it's just not really happened for him today. He's at times looked subdued and a little deflated and was condemned to a whitewash defeat last time out, a loss that squashed his chances of a Group B campaign. Can he head into tomorrow's action boosted by a win over the table topper, though? Let's find out in the company once again of Chris and Matt.
Yeah, 3 games left to go. McGuirk, Worsley, Evans, Small and Hamilton, Brown. I think the game that I'm most looking forward to based on what we've seen more than the players so far. Though I thought that this game might be starting about 15 minutes ago. The way Brown was blitzing past David Evans, a 3-leg lead disappeared and Evans got a quite remarkable win. Said never give up a leg, never give up a game, and Evans didn't and got his rewards in that one. Shane McGuirk, best of the rest when you consider the bottom 3, the split in the table. He will go into Group C as the best performer that's been in Group A. Jon Worsley will go straight through to finals tonight. A couple of days off after a couple of dominant days of darts. Saw him win every single match of his first 10 at the Super Series. And a crucial win against Andy Hamilton earlier today secured his place in Saturday's session. An earlier start, by the way, 7:30.
100.
You're thinking of coming down or tuning in, make sure you know that. Available to watch on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. The semis and final, at the very least, will be available from 10 on Sporty Stuff TV as usual. Worsley will be there, as will Mr. Matthew Edgar,
94.
presenting the trophy. There's always a question in darts, isn't there, to players? It gets thrown at them, trophy or check. Well, we've settled that here at the Super Series because the trophy is the check.
60.
Yeah, and I think anyone who says trophy is lying. Because although trophies are really nice and they're meaningful, when you've got bills to pay,
180.
I've never been able to pay them with trophies.
Jon, you're 103.
Well, the first checkout on offer is 103, and it's still on. The 3 first, then the 60, then tops. Shane McGuirk was shaking his head as if, well, he's a man who's just been hammered by Andy Hamilton 4-0 for the second time in 3 days. And we saw some of this from him
Jon to throw first. Game on.
in that match. He just feels like everything's happening to him right now.
Yeah, it's a easy mentality to get into and a hard one to get back out of again. It's one that never has any positivity attached to it.
60.
The positivity, though, is when he does walk out of these doors in around about 10 minutes' time, he will be leaving Group A behind him.
100.
Everything will be scrubbed off. Jon Worsley will go straight through. So if you are enjoying watching Jon Worsley, you have to come back on Saturday if you want to watch him again.
140.
He will not be taking part on Thursday or Friday.
$50. $125.
He has only been beaten twice. Both those defeats coming today.
46.
One of them by David Evans, who had that big turnaround victory in the last. And the other one came in his opening game of the day.
82.
Steve Brown. Someone who's had a improved performance day by day. And I dare say, stats-wise, it's going to be another improved performance again today from Steve Brown.
94.
Great dart that from McGuirk, looking to just stop a bit of a rot here, having lost his last 5 legs.
74. Jon
Able to do so, and we're about to see Jon Worsley pin at least one of these first 2 darts in a treble. Oh dear. I was going to finish that sentence by saying when you look behind his shoulder, you'll see Shane McGuirk with a smile on his face and shaking his head.
Shane McGuirk, 20.
On this occasion, Wombles allowed him back in.
But this has been Shane's problem. Hitting the doubles. He shuffles over, he shuffles again.
Game shot the
this
second
time
leg.
he finds
Shane
it with the
McGuirk.
last dart. But we've mentioned throughout the day that the doubling has decreased.
Shane to throw first.
From day 1 to day 2. That was 1 in 5. In this one from McGuirk, he didn't hit 1 in his last game out of 3 attempts.
25.
He was 1 in 6 in his second match. 3 from 18.
$100.
Did 45 darts at doubles today. He's hit 9.
Big problem if
100.
that carries on. And we mentioned it's been getting worse as the week's gone on as well, so does not augur well for McGuirk. But the good news for all of the players is that things reset. You restart, you can just banish
40.
those stats, those points. Although McGuirk, as the best of the bottom three, might wish he could carry through some kind of advantage for that.
Well, he thought everything was going against him. If he watched that one, he'll be quite happy because that was actually in the treble 20. But the
94.
clattering together of the flights took the pace out the dart, which didn't allow it to fully penetrate the board. And he lost it on the floor. Now, if this was soft tip darts, that would have still counted. It would have been 100 scored there for Worsley. But in steel tip
100.
darts, the dart has to be in the board and touched by the player retrieving.
60.
A treble to leave a finish. And he's got that.
140.
Puts McGuirk's throw under pressure. We'll be hearing from Worsley at the end of this match.
100.
Or after the break at the end of this match, talking to Abby upstairs. It'll be interesting to get his thoughts on whether he would rather stay and play.
97. Shane, you've got 122.
Needs to get past that and into the red bit, and he's done it expertly. Now the button.
81. John, you've got 24.
Nowhere near it.
$18.
But he will come back. Maybe things have
Shane,
stopped happening to him
41.
and started happening for him.
You say nowhere near it. That's how those last couple of doubles there for Worsley felt.
Game show on the third leg.
Better
Shane McGuirk.
from McGuirk. Jonathan
Full
Worsley
flick, it's
just
John to throw first.
watching that
Game on.
counter go down before we can go and have his visit. He'll probably just be watching the legs get ticked off before he can go have a couple of days to himself. Interesting to know what he plans to do with them.
180. $134.
His plan is to go and explore and try and find a nice seaside fish and chip shop. I'd like to know how successful you are, John, because I haven't found it yet down here. Found a lovely chicken shop, though.
140.
Lovely retro toy shop as well.
Yeah, I've heard about that. Not the chicken shop. Which one's that? Well, maybe you can't say the
60.
brand, but write it down and I'll go there after. You're buying.
They even do a coleslaw with a sweet chili.
Beats Henry's multi-pack of crisps, that's for sure.
145.
Well, this is a sweet leg from Jon Worsley. Could be the best of the week if double 18 goes in.
99. John, you require 36. No score.
Well, no 10, nor 11, nor 12, but he will return with McGuirk way up on over 200.
58. John, you require 36.
Oh, he gets another go.
Game shot on the
This
fourth
time,
leg.
Finds
Jon
the
Worsley.
success. Wins the double 9. Levels up the match.
Fifth leg, it's Shane to throw first.
Now, we've seen in the past many players adopt stars on the shirts as a symbolisation of their world championships. By that
40.
reckoning, I make Jonathan Worsley about a 42-time world champion.
Well spotted.
140.
Should be a thing, shouldn't it? But it should be like you can't have stars on your shirts unless you're a world champion.
Or maybe he's doing what we all do, you know, where you're like the living room world champion. Like, I've beat Phil Taylor and
41.
Van Gerwen in many world championships in my living room.
I think you actually have got scope to do the hybrid Keith Della, Brendan Dolan scenario and have 170 on the back of your shirt and on the collar the
100.
date versus Gary Anderson.
I take it you know that story then.
Yeah, I've heard it once or twice.
85.
Mentioned earlier, still blows the mind somewhat
85.
to think 3 years since Anderson last won a darts tournament.
$60.
He's a player who many will have eyes on this year as an apparent slide down the rankings beckons, but we all know how capable he is, and he could turn up and win any tournament at any time.
100.
What year was it, by the way, when you did that against Gary Anderson?
I think it was 21.
45.
Ah,
Joining
so
the
it's not
required
the tournament winning
76.
Gary Anderson. Yeah, I see. Makes sense now. 20 for tops.
36.
Was it 2020? When was the summer series? It was the summer series at Milton Keynes.
I think that might have been 2020.
Ah, so it was the tournament winning.
60.
Well, he had not
Joining
won a
the required
tournament
40.
since early that year. I'm going to have a look now, aren't I?
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Worsley breaks
Jon
the throw.
Worsley.
Puts himself one away from a very good closing to Group A. This
Sixth leg
would
is
be
Jon
his
to throw
13th
first.
win out of
Game on.
15 matches, giving him a total of 26 points.
It was 2020, you're right.
So I've been flogging that one for
98.
nearly 3 years now.
I'll tell you what, just given me a bit of an idea, actually, calling it the Summer Series, because we have 4 Super Series kind of editions each year, don't we? We have one a quarter.
41.
So the last one was the Winter Series. This one will end in the spring.
What I'd like to see is the adoption of like the UFC, where they don't name their events, they're just UFC 1, UFC 2, 3. I'd like to see this, like this
100.
is Super Series 3, and just to have the number 3 put on the end, like.
Yeah, I like it. I'd also like to see some kind of homage to the champions in the arena somewhere.
94.
A nice little plaque, or maybe something like signing a wall. Just something. I know they were thinking about naming our room the Chris Murphy Suite.
138.
You can tell everything's sorted and settled today, can't you, folks? And just to tell you what he's settled, Jon Worsley through to finals night. Andy Hamilton and Steve Brown going into Group B, and this
61.
man Shane McGuirk in Group C with David Evans and Alec Small.
Don't they have
79.
something similar at Lakeside, like a wall of honour of people that have.
The PDC actually brought in the Heritage Wall this year at Ali Pally, didn't they, which had every player that had ever played in the tournament.
98.
You were on there
Joining
next to
86.
Darius Labanauskas.
Yeah, just can't get away from that guy. Smart play from Worsley.
46.
Not interested in the ball. He would rather have 3 darts at the double of his choice. That double of choosing his tops. If you can find it one more time, he will end Group A with
171.
26
Johnny required
points.
40.
Double 10. Double 5.
35.
And it was a walk in the
Shane
park for the
required
Womble
36.
on Monday and Tuesday, but he's found himself going round the roundabout a little bit in Wednesday's play. And Shane McGuirk elongate the match. He
18.
can't. Unless
John, you
Worsley
require 5.
can't clean up the remainder.
The story, Shane McGuirk's week, continues to be written. And it is
Game
a
shot of the
familiar trend
match, Jon
of
Worsley.
missed doubles and missed opportunities. 2 from 10 there from Shane McGuirk. But Jon Worsley, congratulations, completes his campaign in Group A in fine style. He's won 13 out of 15 matches, a leg difference of plus 23, 26 points on the board. You will see him again on Saturday night for finals night, but who will be joining him, we'll find out over the next couple of days. But before we get to that, we've got a couple more matches to go today. David Evans taking on Alec Small.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where this man next to me has just made it through to finals night on debut here at the Super Series. Jon, a fantastic debut campaign. When you came here on Monday, did you feel maybe you were the player to beat coming into the group?
Well, I definitely didn't feel like the player to beat, but I knew I could perform and get through, whether it was the first time or Group B or C. I'm confident I'd get through, yeah.
And Monday, some phenomenal displays from you. Of course, you kick-started the campaign with that 130 checkout. Then you had the 107 average. Really, really solid day. Yesterday, you did have to grind out some results, though, didn't you? How did you feel yesterday?
Yeah, like I started off with, I think it was an 86, and then I had 103. And then it seemed to get worse as the day went on. But today I just struggled as well.
How much does it play on your mind, though, coming into the third day of action, knowing that you only really need that one victory? Does that make it considerably harder for you?
Yeah, I knew I only needed either to win one game or Andy to lose, and it so happened that I'd done both at the same time.
So how did you feel? You lose those first 2 games. How do you feel when you then have to play Andy Hamilton, knowing that game is so important, given that he'd won his first 2 games?
Yeah, I was very nervous. I was nervous all day, to be honest, but yeah, very nervous. And I think I was in front of him on 2 legs, and then he banged out 121 on the ball and 130 on the ball. Yeah, so that hurt a little bit, but I got him back.
Yeah, and we can have a look at the league standings. There is no way anyone can catch you with just 2 games left to be played. Just sum up how you feel, because that is an incredible field to come through. You're on 26 points as well.
Yeah, some great players amongst them, and not everyone showed their, like Dave Evans is miles better than that. I don't really know Shane that well, but Alex is a better player as well. So, yeah, Steve, Andy, and myself, yeah, I'm happy to get through that, definitely.
And just sum up how you've found this whole Super Series campaign.
It's brilliant. For anybody coming off the tour, to have this opportunity is massive. So, yeah, I'd like to thank everyone on MODUS and yourselves and, yeah, Jason Tame, whoever, thank you.
He will absolutely hate the fact that you've name-checked him there as well, so I really, really enjoy that. But just finally, are you the type of player that's going to enjoy and relish having the 2 days off now, or would you prefer to play through to Saturday?
If I'm honest, I'd rather play tomorrow and Friday because you're playing, otherwise you're just stuck in a hotel room and I'll probably have to go shopping or something, you know, just... we got Valentine's coming up, so I'll have to get the wife something, I suppose, now. But, yeah, I don't know.
I mean, she must be a tough woman to please if that 107 average wasn't enough for her, right?
I definitely want enough now.
Right then, this man is through to Saturday's finals night. Who's going to join him? We'll find out, of course, over the course of Groups B and C on Thursday and Friday. But we've still got 2 more games left to be played in Group A. Let's tuck into our penultimate game and hand back to our commentary team.
Good luck, the rest of them.
I'll pass it on, John. From Cupid's arrows to the arrows being flung on the stage. Good luck to the rest of the players. Thank you to Abby and Jon Worsley there. Waved off by Alec Small, who won't be seeing him at least until Saturday if he makes it through his group later in the week, where he will meet David Evans again. Group C, they'll be back from 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thanks to the sponsors and the teams and partners and all that kind of thing. Thanks to you as well, Matthew Edgar, for your company. It's been fantastic. Really good speech from Jon Worsley there, wasn't it? Yes, yeah.
Okay, first leg is David to throw
to the players.
Game on.
And then what I found quite interesting there is he goes, "Oh, I suppose Valentine's is coming up, so I best go get her something." As if like he didn't get through, like she wasn't going to get anything. The wife was not getting a gift
59.
because he was going, "No, I'm too busy. I didn't have time to go get anything this year." Well, you are watching Mrs. Worsley.
83.
You are in luck because he's got no excuse now. He's got 2 days. There's plenty of really nice shopping centres around here. There's one about a mile or so from the venue. Nice little walking
58.
distance. And there's a shopping centre down there. There's a big road of all sorts of shops. I'm sure you're going to be getting a lovely gift this year.
58.
You done your Valentine's Day shopping yet?
Yeah, same as every year. Leave it there.
You can't class yourself as the gift, though.
Well, look, I've always
57.
been of the opinion that the best things in life are free. Like Saturday night at the Super Series.
96.
Got my Valentine's gift already sorted as well.
Yeah, what's she getting you?
120.
By the way, if you ever want to get out of it, Valentine's Day's not really for... Traditionally, it's not for
40.
people in relationships, is it? It's meant to be for secret admirers and things, so that's always my argument against.
$99.
Does that mean that the missus can't get upset when I get like 10 gifts this year?
Exactly.
46. David, you require 108. $56. $126. David, you require 52.
David Evans to continue his upwards trend. Plus 3 legs to Steve Brown, then rattled off 4 in a row. Make that now 5.
Evans.
We heard from Jon Worsley, who said that David Evans is a lot better than that league table suggests.
Second leg is Alec to
Jon
throw
Worsley.
first. Game on.
I agree. David Evans is better than the guy that has turned up here so far. He does
100.
for a couple of days to put things right.
last year's
96.
Valentine's Day, I actually trekked the missus quite well. Well, we went to a well-known chicken fast food establishment.
41.
We didn't go through the drive-through. We went in the actual restaurant.
Yeah.
And then I took her to the cinema to watch Jackass Forever.
Sounds like one of you had a
60.
great day.
$95.
Like you said, Valentine's Day's not for the people in relationships.
134. $57.
In all honesty, great money saving tip for Valentine's Day. Become single.
Is that why you're always single on
101.
February the 13th and in a relationship on the 15th?
Well, that's not the single number that
81.
Alec
David,
Small
you
would have
require
wanted.
110.
Just thinking about how to get out of these comments when I get back.
54.
I did wonder why you was texting
Alec
during,
require
during saying them.
127.
I had my fingers crossed. 57. Bullseye, the heart of the dartboard.
89. David, you require 56.
That was the heart of the dartboard. I think he might have just hit it in the forehead there, going for that one.
Double top.
Game shot on the second leg.
Head beats heart
David
this time.
Evans.
And David Evans doubles his lead, buoyed by the rallying call from Jon Worsley there to play his best game.
David to throw first. Game on.
Not seen the best of Evans. If he wins this match, he will finish on 10 points, leaving Small stranded at the foot of the table on 6.
57.
The final match of the day is a meeting between the two Group B bound players, Andy Hamilton and Steve Brown.
43. $125. 58.
It is better. I keep saying it from David Evans, but it is so much more likely than the David Evans of yesterday.
100.
Lost his last 3 matches of yesterday with just one leg on the board. He sort of feared it was going to go down the same sort of road when he lost his opener one today.
140.
Could have been on a hat-trick of wins if it wasn't for that inspired 147 from Shane McGuirk.
Good
recovery there from
from 96.
Alec Small after that very loose start into the 12s. Two 8s.
88.
Something seems to have clicked for David Evans about halfway through the previous match, and he's just carried on. He's looking quite clinical suddenly, quite assured.
100.
When he gets to the end of legs.
David, you require 8.
Famous final words.
Well, this is for 7 legs won in a row.
4. And you require 68.
And just like Murphy said, assured on the ending of legs.
17 double 18.
Game
assure
shot
you
on
of
the
that when
third
it comes
leg.
to Alec Small.
Alec Small.
Well, David Evans was 3-0 down in his last
Well,
match,
it's
and he won
Alec
it.
to
In this
throw
one, he will
first.
feel like he should have been 3-0
Game
up.
on. 42. 85.
Actually, just realised that I'll be spending my
97.
Valentine's Day here. Will I be spending it with you next week?
No, I'm not here next week. Is that because she's packed your bags and
96.
It's called an excuse.
$180.
Means I've got a week to work on the puns. I apologise in advance.
$97.
I do believe it's quite a stellar lineup next week as well. So a good
$92.
group of names throwing the darts for you on Valentine's Day. As I'm sure you'll all be elbows deep in chocolate.
40. I think you've got a 90.
Well, this would be a sweet finish for Alec Small. Goes bull for tops.
Game shown the 4 flag. Alec Small.
Really understand why when he absolutely loves double 18 and David Evans wasn't on a finish, but he took it out. So who are we to
It's
challenge him?
David to throw first. Game on.
I'm going to say something controversial here. That's probably going to get my social media
134.
blown up in both ways. Some people showing support for this statement. Some people completely against it.
121.
I hate cards. I find it over-commercialised, and I just don't see the point in a card.
96.
I got my partner a birthday card,
58.
which was a homemade one, with with our photos and everything on it.
Yep.
And then every year I get the same card out and put it back on the side again, because I will not buy another one.
You are an utter disgrace.
57.
She's even tried saying, well, can we just update the photos? Can you get a new one with like new photos? And I'm like, no, that's your birthday card.
65.
On the side it goes. I think she's going to hide it this year.
Little insight into the true character of the man sat alongside me there.
64. $89. David, you require 150.
150 on offer. To think when you started saying it, that you made a card, it was homemade. I think that's quite sweet.
89.
Finish the story.
Who will be finishing this match?
82.
It's been a game of two halves.
David, you require 61.
One half that was all about David Evans. The other that was all about Alec Small. What will happen in the third half?
53.
I know you can't have three halves before you
I think you require
start.
86.
I just had to run with it.
Third
Game
dart
shown the
goes in.
5th flag.
86
Alec
completed.
Small.
Alec Small will throw for the win. A win that would see him end the day level on points with Evans.
6th flag, it's Alec to throw first. Game on.
The leg difference was 3 in favour of Evans before this game.
119.
So if Small wins it, then he would actually, if he wins it 4-2, if he wins this leg, he would actually finish 5th, wouldn't he?
And remember what I said?
81.
No one wants to finish on the bottom of any table. Alec Small
122.
is 260 points away from ensuring he is not the player to suffer that fate.
And David Evans, who
93.
start of the day, something of a sitting duck, has
45.
managed to float a little, and now he might be sinking back to the foot of the pond.
140.
He gets his beak in front in this leg, but Small still the favourite.
139.
We'll be looking for a couple of quacking darts here.
$93. Alec requires 76.
But he wanted to leave double 18.
44. David requires 94.
But he didn't like the way that dart was sitting. So he went away and missed the big segment of the 16 completely. Evans has played it safe here, but he's blocked the bull. Oh, it's a good attempt. A really good attempt.
Alec, you require 32. Game shot and the match.
And a game that
Alec
looked like
Small.
David Evans was going to run away with it. 2-0 up. Alec Small ground that one back. Some quality darts at times from him. And he ends his Group A campaign with victory. Victory that will see him move off the bottom of the table and condemn David Evans to that fate. We've got one more game still to come for you, and that is Andy Hamilton taking on Steve Brown.
So then, Andy Hamilton taking on Steve Brown in our final Group A game. Of course, they will be doing battle on Thursday and Friday as well in Group B. So this is an opportunity to get one over on the other. The head-to-head for the week is one apiece. Hamilton, the 4-1 winner yesterday with an average in excess of 95. Brown getting just 3 darts at the outer ring in that one. But it's his opponent, Brown, who's produced those high averages on a more consistent basis today, doing so in 3 of his 4 matches so far. He's been very impressive indeed. Who'll gain the upper hand in this particular head-to-head then? For one final time, let's hand back over to Chris Murphy and Matt Edgar.
Thank you, Abby. Yes, the final flings of Group A about to take place. Hamilton in P2 in the group. 18 points for him. Can be joined on that amount by Brown if Bomber wins this match. Was looking like he might even go through the field today. Steve Brown wins early against
Okay, first leg is Andy
Jon
to throw
Worsley, the
first.
first man to beat the group
Game
winner.
on.
And then Shane McGuirk very convincingly. Well, getting the better of Alec Small and then leading David Evans 3-0, but went on to lose that match. But I think in a weird way, despite the dominance over the first couple of days from Jon Worsley and the fact that he's
97.
going to win the group by at least 6 points, these are the two players that have caught the eye the most.
Yeah, I was thinking about when we was coming into this last game, what do I expect to see? And
100.
I think this could quite well be match of the day in terms of the standard and sort of a head-to-head battle. Both players consistent with moments of brilliance.
77.
Andy Hamilton for this group, 19.
81.
180s against the 16 of Steve Brown. Andy Hamilton also registering 5 ton-plus checkouts against the 4 of Steve Brown. But you've got to say the 5 of Andy Hamilton have probably been the more impressive.
100.
Steve Brown having those 2 100 dead shots, which is technically a 2-darter, or potential 2-darter.
95.
Andy Hamilton, 2 130s, a 144, a 121. He has loved a bullseye finish this week. And he loves it when the dart just sits in the board like this. You just sort of expect him to fill it up.
140.
I haven't quite got the Chris Murphy talk it in yet.
Just keep doing it until it works, and then you get it clipped up.
140.
Everywhere, like this.
And he
Watch, Andy
required
Hamilton,
87.
without a doubt, will take out 87 to lead this match 1-0. That one won't be clipped up.
27. Stevie required 85.
Okay, Steve Brown, without a doubt, will take out this 85 to win 1-0.
Still on. Nearly.
54.
Patted off the tungsten.
And he requires 60.
Hamilton now needs to just be careful with the placement of the first dart. This has become a very awkward finish for some darts players. So much so that Daryl Gurdy, for example, will adjust how he throws the dart to leave it out of the way.
40. Stevie required 31.
Two 8s to get himself back on the winning leg trail.
15.
A trail he stumbled
And
off
he
of.
required 20.
Never got back on. 3-0 up in his last one, then lost 4 in a
Games
row.
on the first leg.
He has now
Andy
lost
Hamilton.
the last 5 legs that he has played.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Really liking the look of both players. Would like to see them both at finals night, to be honest. I think it could be fiercely competitive first weekly final of MODUS Super Series 3.
91.
Quick word on Raymond Smith as well. His victory on Saturday. Showing success around the world, and he did a bit of a rallying call to other Aussie dart
96.
stars, didn't he, Raymond? Saying go and play in the ADC events over there. They're going to collab and try and get players over here to play in this tournament.
60.
Keep coining the phrase worlds collide for the Super Series. I think with a title like Super Series, I think it's a really good sort of tag for the best of all these different platforms coming together.
57.
The best of the Challenge Tour, the Development Tour, the Women's Tour, the ADC Tour, the Seniors. Now, we're
60.
going to have players coming over from Australia. It really is becoming a super lineup of the best players from all these different organisations and codes.
What it does, it actually makes the trips over more worthwhile, because a lot of players,
140.
like Raymond Smith, for example, came over because he was playing in the World Championship, attached this on pre that tournament, ended up getting through to finals night, and as we said, almost £30,000
99.
richer as a result, plus the money that he picked up at Ali Pali.
Not bad work if you can get it.
Not bad darts
134.
from Andy Hamilton to put himself in a good position to double his lead. I have to say,
60.
credit, kudos
And
to
it
my
requires
co-commentator here, Matthew
74.
Egger, who did at the start of the day, refused to be drawn on how things would reshuffle. He told Abby upstairs that he didn't think anything would change, and he's been proven right. Oh, and that's right,
second
in
leg.
the bullseye
Andy
for
Hamilton.
Andy Hamilton. A two-leg lead for the man who started the day second, will finish the day second.
Third leg, it's Andy to throw first.
Well,
Game on.
You did something, you gave me a little bit of credit there. I'm going to do something as well. I'm going to give myself some credit. And I said that Andy Hamilton loves a bullseye finish today. There's another one.
No, I was actually
78.
particularly impressed with that piece of analysis, because so often pundits and commentators can get lured into predicting what they might like to see, twists and turns. And if you think
100.
it ain't going to change, then say it, and you did. Fair play.
Here a little bit for Steve Brown here, because Andy Hamilton
100.
throwing some good darts, and Steve Brown on a little bit of a losing run here. Is it just job done though for Steve Brown? Has he got what he wanted? He got that Group B
125.
qualification sorted, and then maybe just lost that little bit of steeliness and that focus.
$60. 60.
Yeah, just has lost his range a little. Steve Brown. Andy Hamilton could get rid of him very, very quickly indeed.
Think about it, Andy.
135.
Or just be brilliant.
Yeah, that's one of the things, isn't it? Players don't always do maths, they work on patterns. So when you can leave the finish, but it's
140.
after a dart that's not gone where you wanted
And he
it,
got
sometimes
128.
you don't stop and think. Hamilton should have really been going for the 18s there, but found a treble 20 all the same. Now he wants a treble 20, having hit an 18. Was teeing it up for you to call in another bull
56.
finish for Andy
Stevie
Hamilton.
requires 76.
To stop the slide.
Love hearing Matthew
Game shot
Edgar
in the third leg. Steve Brown.
talking bulls hit. But it's Steve Brown who hits the double.
Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw first.
And half the
Game on.
deficit in the match.
$95.
I think that'll just make Steve feel better as well, because the last thing he'd want to have done is end today with 8 consecutive legs against him. He has stopped that pattern from happening.
85.
2 players that we're going to see clash at least 2 more times this week. They'll be hoping there's another 3 matches between them. That'll be the 2
81.
matches they are guaranteed to play in Group B tomorrow night and Friday night. But then they'll be hoping to be playing each other again Saturday night when the big money is on the line.
58.
Yeah, just a quick reminder of the groups for the rest of the week then, as we draw to a close today. So as Matt's just been saying, this pair will be in Group B. 10 p.m. that gets underway live on Sporty Stuff TV and indeed the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel.
121.
And they will be joined
140.
by Aaron Beanie, Chaz Barstow and Keelan Kay. Group C will feature Shane McGuirk, Alec Small and David Evans from this group.
22.
Brett Claydon,
Require
who Matt's tipping to go
104.
through. Jordan Brooks and Josh Richardson. As Brown hunts down a treble 16 that would have left him tops. Of course, the other player in the field of
80.
the 12 this week, Jon Worsley, who has won this group. And you will see him on finals night on Saturday. The show starts at 7:30 on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Viewers on Sporty Stuff TV can watch from 10 p.m. The semis
45. Stevie
final.
required 24.
Double 12 for Brown to level this one. Maybe he will be calling another Andy Hamilton bullseye finish after all.
It'd be with the biggest checkout of them all. Not just the biggest checkout of the week or the day, but the biggest checkout that's achievable in darts, the 170.
60. Stevie required 12.
Down to the lowest checkout of them in terms of height. The Grimace. Because he can no longer take this.
Score.
Sensibly just busts out.
And he require
His other option was to hit
110.
the single one to leave the double one. As we'll go back to the sixes. Andy Hamilton has found 5 tumpless checkouts already this week. Can he make it 6?
Game shot
With a
the
110 finish,
Andy Hamilton.
Andy Hamilton goes into pole position now for players that have taken out 100 plus finish.
Fifth leg,
That
it's
is the
Andy to
6th.
throw first. Game
He's
on.
recorded. Jon Worsley's recorded 5. Steve Brown recorded 4. So Steve Brown could still catch him, but if he's going to do that, he's going to have to win the next 3 legs and do them all with 100 plus checkouts.
Well, he certainly looks satisfied about it there, Andy Hamilton. A smug smile on his shell.
45.
He looks to close out an impressive campaign with what would be a 10th victory. Players have gone through on 20 points.
99.
That's what Andy Hamilton would reach, but Jon Worsley has just been a cut above. Just got too far in front when he won all of his first 10 matches.
95.
And then a victory against Hamilton in Game 7 today sealed his spot at finals night. Hamilton has to settle for second best. But there will be the argument that he hasn't been the second best in terms of performance.
98.
And he will be a danger here at the Super Series for the remainder of the week.
$83. And he required 164.
To sign off in style. Just back upstairs to leave it tidy.
104.
He leaves it 2 darts away, 60 points away from a 4-1 thumping of Steve Brown, who himself has been in good fettle today.
140. And he requires 60.
That's not the first time we've seen him do that, Andy Hamilton. I think 3 times now he's hit the skinny segment of a finish like that.
50.
Once on the 17s earlier on, then
Stevie
the
required 138.
20s there. Can't be intentional. So precariously
58.
close to the treble.
And he required 10.
But it's double 5. And all is well that ends well for Andy Hamilton, who's played well over the course of the first 3 days at the first week of MODUS Super Series 3. Steve Brown's chucked some decent stuff as well. The pair of them will be heading into Group B tomorrow evening. Worsley winning the group and going through, but Andy Hamilton signing off with his 10th victory from 15 matches, a 4-1 win over Steve Brown, and it's good signs for the pair of them the remainder of the week and trying to join Jonathan Worsley at finals night on Saturday. But for Group A, that is the end of play, and the last thing to do is get some final analysis from Matthew Edgar, who has joined Abby Davis.
Yeah, thanks very much indeed, Murph. A really intriguing day of darting action there. A word on Jon Worsley first, though, because he's made it through to finals night on debut. And after losing his opening 2 games today, really impressive the way he regrouped to take on Andy Hamilton.
Yeah, it was getting a bit edgy for him, wasn't it? And it came down to Andy Hamilton game where I just thought Andy Hamilton at that point was looking more likely to be the winner. But a word on this group in total, I think everyone got what they deserved. Jonathan Worsley winning the group got what he deserved. The two rightful players got through in terms of Group B, and the three players at the bottom that are going into the Group C got what they deserve as well. Sometimes we see it where we go, well, they played better than that and they deserve a little bit more, where I think this one has actually played to type. It's been a really good group. Yeah,
when we have a little look at the league table at the close of play in Group A, David Evans ends bottom of the table. We heard Jon Worsley himself say, didn't we, that he's a much better player than that. He's going to need to show it going into Group C. But when you look at the players who go into B and C, who do you think is going to be the happiest with the way that they've played over the course of today?
I'd say both Steve Brown and Andy Hamilton, actually. They both played really well today. They've got a lot of positives to take from this. They both go into that Group B, which was realistically, at the start of the day, the best they could have asked for. Yes, they could still have potentially caught Jon Worsley, but that was just a mathematical miracle for that to happen. They've got the two best positions that was available. They played the best of the six players even that are in this group, and everyone got what they deserve. I think it's the fairest summary.
And when you look at Shane McGuirk, we focused a lot on his finishing over the course of today. How does he put that to the back of his mind now going into a new group?
My advice to Shane McGuirk, and if he's watching this bit, then it's going to contradict my advice. My advice is don't watch this. Don't watch this back, because we spoke about it a lot today. We've highlighted the problem, and whether he realised it or he didn't realise it, watching it back is only going to just compound that, and he's going to leave here, he's going to go home, he's going to listen to that, watch that back. He just needs to forget about that, move on to the next day, and certainly not relive it. Not go back, watch it back, listen to me and Murph, and else. We don't want to hear that. You don't want to be reminded of it. Let it go.
Yeah, let it go. Don't watch this. Definitely don't watch this. Right then, let's have a little look at the bracket slide for the remainder of the week. We've shown you the 5 players who are going to go into B and C, and they'll be joined. You can see Group B there, Aaron Beanie, Andy Hamilton, Chaz Barstow, Keelan Kay coming in as well to join Steve Brown, of course. Of Group B, we'll start with that. Aaron Beanie, it's quite an interesting one, isn't it? Because he's been waiting for an operation for over 10 months. How on earth do you think he'll be able to acquit himself here?
I'm really looking forward to seeing Aaron Beanie. He's a very, very close friend of mine. Absolutely love the guy. They're going to love him down in the practice room as well. And the thing with Aaron Beanie is he's never been one that's going to come here and throw 100-plus averages and be on that top end, but he's a good, consistent player. He's had a PDC Tour card before. He reached a semi-final of a PDC Pro Tour. He's beaten world champions, Barneveld, Gerwin Price. He actually had a record at one point that every time he played a world champion, he won. I think that just went towards the end of his PDC career. But one thing that Aaron Beanie's got in his locker is these combination finishes. 62, 72, 74s. That is his game. You can't let him get down to a finish.
Right then, it's going to be very interesting indeed. Of course, Chaz Barstow also in Group B. It'll be interesting to see how he responds to a disappointing Q School. That'll be tomorrow evening. But first, our attention turns to Group C, which gets underway at 9:30 tomorrow morning. We look forward to seeing you then for the start of that group.